Morning and welcome back. Allow me a moment to recognize our long-term partners and our sponsors. They are displayed on the screen. Without their generosity and commitment, we would not be able to offer to you this incredible symposium with cutting-edge research and practice for free. So please, if you have not, do donate. We depend on your generosity to keep symposiums like this going. Before we begin, if you haven't already done so, please make sure you go to the quiz section of Geography 2050 website and take today's quiz. Today is a very busy day, and I want to take a moment to give you a preview of coming attractions. First up, we have a very special keynote address from Mr. Jack Dangermond, from the founder and president of Esri. There will be two panel discussions, one on environmental justice and climate justice, and another on equitable maps and stronger communities, the power of open mapping to level the healthcare playing field. I also want to call your attention to a few spotlights, one on climates of inequality and one on the Central Arizona Project and the taking of Navajo resources. And we'll also have a book review, Who Owns the Wind? Climate Crisis and the Hope of Renewable Energy, by Dr. David Hughes from the Rutgers University. We also will be presenting three lightning talks, one on the social cost of hydropower, one on why mobility is destiny, and the last one on how do we fund equitable mitigation and adaptation. And finally, we will close out the day from one of our esteemed colleagues, William Hebert, who will be awarded the Gould Medal on Thursday. So now I have the honor to introduce our keynote speaker for the day to speak on the geographical approach, Mr. Jack Dangermond. A landscape architect by training, Jack Dangermond founded Environmental Systems Research Institute, fondly known as Esri, in 1969 with a vision that computer mapping and analysis could help design a better future. Under his leadership, that vision has continued to guide Esri in creating cutting-edge GIS and geodesign technologies used in every industry to make a difference worldwide. Mr. Dangermond has fostered the growth of Esri from a small research group to an organization recognized as the world leader in GIS software development. Esri employs more than 4,000 people worldwide. Many who share his passion for GIS in the early days are still with the company and remain dedicated to helping their users be successful, and our users. His vision for Esri goes beyond leading the GIS technology. He keeps the company mindful of global challenges and the needs of specific industries. The ongoing drive is to engineer ArcGIS to aggregate and integrate increasing quantities of data, to visualize and analyze data to gain holistic understanding, and to help individuals and organizations make impactful, evidence-based decisions. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Dangermond, and everyone, please join me in welcoming him.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jack Dangermond, and I want to start by saying thank you very much for inviting me to speak at your fall symposium conference here. This theme that you focused on, creating a more equitable and sustainable future, is amazing. And I want to acknowledge all of those people who came up with this theme and are driving in this direction. You are an amazing group of people. You as geographic professionals, people who really specialize in applying geographic thinking and applying geographic science to various causes, are creating a different future. It's not exactly inevitable, but I believe strongly in this future. You come from many backgrounds, different disciplines, and some in academy and some in professional practices, some in government and so on. But together, you represent a kind of force of action, which I think will emerge and create a better future. Your work is already addressing so many challenges, and particularly in the area of social and racial equity, and also sustainability. I have so many examples to share, but also your work cuts right across almost every segment of society. I would say it underpins the way that the world is actually being run. A few examples of this I'd like to share at the beginning of this session. because they are so distinguished. Some of you are working on environmental assessment at the global scale and also right down to little microgeographies. You're looking at not only what's happening, but also what could happen, nurturing aquaculture, nurturing restoration of forest habitats, planning for and implementing sustainable agriculture. These are powerful things that are occurring, and they rest on the power of geographic science and its application. Some of you are working on conservation assessment. These examples are amazing. Let me point out the one in the upper left in the Po Valley in the northern part of Italy, developing a regional conservation planning activity. And also just studying things like human-elephant conflict in Zambia, showing not only what's going on, but also how to address the issues of conservation here and managing ecosystems. And the examples go on and on. In the urban space, our users of geographic science are doing urban design and urban planning, creating more sustainable cities like the Brandenburg region in Germany on the right, or doing urban redevelopment in Paris, developing whole new communities and visualizing ongoing development projects so that people can get engaged and they can see what's going on at multiple scales. The whole new world of advanced game engines and visualization of these are opening up cities and proposals for new cities in whole new ways. They're allowing us to see, or people to see and visualize what might be. These examples here showing from Europe what might be in the day or in the evening are not only engaging, but they're showing people how their future might be. People are collaborating and opening up the planning process in multiple ways. This is also happening systematically in transportation planning and management, whether it be from airports to shipping to real-time traffic monitoring to analyzing bus riderships and those who are included or excluded from participating in various public transit activities. In the world of building and facility management in campuses, geography is playing a major role. The very same concepts of relationships and patterns and processes are being applied to look at workspaces, particularly at this time of COVID, bringing people back to office, spacing them out properly. Look at this interesting map in Switzerland at CERN, which has completely built a digital model for their entire campus. But also just asset management and walking directions on campus. Geography is having a major play. It exists in water and utility work and energy work, which is not only using geography as a foundation for managing their assets and outages, but look at these amazing things happening on the right. I work with about 90% of the utilities here in North America, and they're all working on renewable energy, solar, wind, etc., and integrating it into their grids. And similarly in telecommunication, moving from traditional telecommunication to 4G and now 5G. And some of you are working on the idea of modeling broadband coverage and showing the digital divide, showing assessments of what's covered and what's not, and directing investments in the right places with a new infrastructure bill coming on. In the world of public safety and emergency management, geography, your work, is letting us not only see patterns of crime, but also address them, looking at real-time monitoring and also where to locate policing activities or public safety activities in emergency management, looking at patterns of security, both in micro areas in schools, but also monitoring global security risk at an international level. Almost no disaster today happens without geographic information, preparation, and response in the area of severe weather, in the area of fire here that we're facing on the West Coast, and flooding, and the whole idea of sea level rise. What will happen as a practice, and how will cities be more resilient? In the world of census and demographics and statistical GIS has played such a major role, for example, in the 2020 census, not only in the US, but in the Philippines and various countries in Africa and Europe. It's actually not only managing the counts, but also managing the actual census. And look at the interesting results that we're now seeing. Not only population changes here in the US, but population migrations that are occurring from poor countries to rich countries up through Libya, for example, and into Europe. And look at the amazing maps in the far right, lower right, showing the voting behavior and also looking at redistricting modeling that geography and GIS really underpin. In the world of business analysis, almost no major business here in North America is operating without GIS and analytics and for economic development and optimizing work, whether it be from optimizing delivery routes like FedEx and UPS to the idea of looking at assessments for insurance of multiple hazards. And also here, this world is opening up for things like understanding better the financial household resilience. In New York City, for example, in the lower right, it's amazing the kind of insights that geography is providing for people in the private sector. We have all been affected by COVID, and the mapping and visualization of COVID and response to it through everything from the Johns Hopkins map in the upper left, which has now been looked at, I think it's 2.2 trillion times, to the idea of monitoring change across Europe, picking the right sites for vaccination and testing, to just basic analytics of what's going on. GIS, geography, has totally revolutionized the whole field of healthcare and epidemiology, and it's just actually beginning. In the world of social equity, the topic of this particular conference and seminar series, there are so many maps that tell so many stories. The lingering effects of redlining ongoing in current times, the ability to look at accessibility of different public facilities, like whether it be post office or health facilities or parks, or equity planning of everything from trails to urban development and housing. It's amazing what's occurring. I want to move from these examples to share a vision. It's really your vision of geography at 2050, and share some thoughts about not only creating a sustainable and equitable future, but also how technology and how your science will underpin the strategies that make it so difficult to achieve this sustainability currently. There was a very famous book published this year by Mario Palma from Mexico. He was one of the founders of INEGI, the great statistical organization and mapping organization in Mexico. He first said, the lack of understanding of our reality is one of the greatest risks that our society is facing. And this, for geographers, sings music. It certainly did to me. Later in his book, he outlined this point. The future depends upon creating and applying that understanding. And you, as scientists and technologists and applied geographers on so many fronts, know this to be true, that we must fight for the notion of creating understanding and applying understanding in effective ways, in believable ways, fighting off the whole notion of false news that is plaguing our country and our world in these troubled times. Our world is complex, and it's a highly interdependent ecosystem. This is clear, and it's rapidly changing and evolving. And the world that we live in, frankly, is not well known. We like to think that it's well known, but it's not. It's fragile. It's rich in biodiversity, and as we are all aware, it's increasingly dominated by human activities. Some geologists are beginning to call this the Anthropocene epoch, because the human footprint is dominating at this particular point in time. Our world clearly is being challenged because humans are living recklessly and unsustainably, and it's threatening our future. The issues of human-induced climate change, together with overpopulation, are driving so many other effects. The idea of resource shortages, severe drought, water crisis, massive migration. These are all interrelated factors. And we are collectively beginning to realize that we need to take far more responsibility as a society, as a collective, for the future in the evolution of our planet. Creating a sustainable future and also an equitable future is possible, but there are many things to do. And we must act now. These are a few examples, whether it be in creating sustainable land use patterns, lowering greenhouse emissions, decarbonizing energy, creating affordable and equitable housing, providing access to things, being able to combat racism as a total population. We need, ladies and gentlemen, to apply our best science, our best technology, and also our best creative thinking to address these big issues. And this is all possible, which is amazing. And your field, geography, geographic thinking, will be essential to be able to envelop these solutions and address them. Sustainability, and I would argue also creating an equitable society, starts with needing to see the world as a single system. And geography provides the science and language to do exactly that, organizing and integrating all the factors, whether they be environmental systems or factors like ecosystem services or water or biodiversity, or economic factors, industrialization, infrastructure, financial systems, with social systems, housing, welfare, population, equity, and equality all fall into spatial domains. Not only can geography organize and integrate the factors, it allows us to illuminate the patterns, to discover relationships between these different layers, as I like to organize them in my mind. And also this science, your science, provides a framework for understanding and then, of course, applying all of this knowledge. I'm beginning to call this, and like to call this, the geographic approach. All of this knowledge, bringing it all together, enables the geographic approach. What is the geographic approach? It's a way of thinking, many of you know it well, and problem solving that integrates geographic sciences and information into how we understand and how we manage micro areas, but also our entire planet. This approach is holistic, it's science-based, it integrates all the factors. It is collaborative in so many ways. It is built on the whole concept of spatial understanding that's ubiquitous among humans. It's geoscience and understanding. And it supports a multiple objective approach, an inclusive approach, a multidisciplinary process that's impacting virtually every sector of our society. And for all of you practitioners, I want you just to note this moment, because I believe at this particular time and this particular conference, we are marking a point in time when this geographic approach is beginning to be understood at a massive scale. The geographic approach integrates and supports powerful methodologies. And again, these are familiar to many of you. Starting with geoanalytics, which is about creating insights and understanding. It's also about geovisualization, the mapping of our world, the communication of content in such a way that people can really understand it immediately. The idea of geodesign, which is about designing a sustainable and inclusive future, designing cities, designing transportation systems, designing approaches for conservation, or designing approaches for weeding out difficult situations that are facing us. The spatial approach is underpinning it all. And geocollaboration, engaging all of the different stakeholders in particular problems. And finally, geoaccounting. Geoaccounting is a concept, a new concept for some of you, but actually it's an old concept. Like spreadsheets have modernized accounting, things like GIS are transforming how we account for all the factors that really matter. And all of this supports the vision of more comprehensive and sustainable planning and decision-making and engineering and operations. This goes everywhere. And I think the geographic approach is critical for maintaining sustainability and building a more equitable future. Now, in the modern age, technology is pretty exciting, and GIS is what geographers use to be able to build on this idea of a geographic approach. In many ways, it's enabling it. It allows us to bring all of our measurements together spatially and manage them. It allows us to visualize and see them, map them, communicate. It allows us to model and make predictions and do various forms of analytics, AI, machine learning, and so on. It allows us to design and plan a better future built on that understanding. And finally, it allows us to apply it systematically to decision making, to action of various types. This is a process and a framework which is underway in so many organizations. It's still evolving, coming together, but as I see it, it's a massive framework that allows us to create a more equitable and sustainable future. GIS professionals are already applying it, and many of you here in this audience are applying this geographic approach, creating solutions for a more sustainable future. Things like preserving natural areas, improving transit, creating more efficiencies, developing resilient and equitable solutions for just about everything. However, the footprints that are here today, while giving us the evidence, don't solve the bigger problem yet. We need to grow this, and this is where you come in. We need to grow this exponentially. The technology, the field that I work in, is advancing rapidly, leveraging and integrating many innovations, whether it be startups in Silicon Valley or massive IT organizations, cloud providers, and so on. These technology advancements are all coming together, helping us scale up our collective efforts with cloud and distributed computing, integrating imagery, real-time information, and so on. GIS itself is also becoming interconnected. The marvelous environment of cloud computing and the internet with web services has meant that our different individual applications and individual efforts are becoming shared with collective information bodies, and people are beginning to use and reuse their work, sharing common base maps and imagery, for example, but also thematic information across the entire society. We're seeing shared services begin to emerge as a pattern of application. I like to call this geospatial infrastructure, and I'll assert that it's a new GIS pattern. It isn't the desktop or the server or even the cloud and web services. It's an interconnection of shared services through open portals that allow interconnection of this knowledge and feeding it into apps for everyone. And this is a transformational step, and it is starting to transform organizations like cities, like the whole city of Abu Dhabi or the whole city of New York or the whole city of Los Angeles. But it also, I think, will extend beyond that to interconnect and provide an approach, an infrastructure approach for whole nations and ultimately the world. This geospatial infrastructure is actually expanding very rapidly. I enjoy a unique position in watching my users. There's about 10 million of them. They're all working, they're not all working on it yet, but they're certainly beginning to interconnect and share this environment. And they're supporting applications from little local geographies to global applications like the UN SDGs and dozens like them. Tens of millions of data sets are now openly being shared as services, and they're making billions of maps a day that reach like a third of the world's population. This is interesting. I would say it's a new kind of information system model, and it's geography that's at the heart of it. I'll assert that it's a kind of nervous system for sustainability, and also it will become a nervous system for reporting equity and letting us see and do geo-accounting about it. It starts with being able to integrate in virtually any kind of distributed information, imagery data, map data, textured meshes, CAD data, BIM models, unstructured data, and normalize it into geo-referenced layers of information for use in various applications. The applications range from high-end, powerful desktop apps, and there are millions of them now being fed by these web services, to massive deployments of the nature of mobile. iPhones, Android devices are supporting the idea of data collection in the field, to the idea of managing workers in the field geographically. And then there's, of course, the pervasive web apps. I mean, the COVID map, for example, that made 2.2 trillion maps is probably a world record, but it reached so many people with geographic news, the geographic story about what was happening today or this hour with COVID around the world. This, I think, is beginning to affect society's understanding of and perception of how the world is interrelated, and geography is at the heart and center of it. These technologies are also becoming embedded in other technologies. This diagram shows exactly what's happening with web maps, empowering vendors like Salesforce and Adobe, Amazon, Microsoft, Autodesk. And in each of these cases, they are transforming the actual workflows and approaches within these other traditionally stovepipe systems. Geography is impacting non-geographers in so many ways, extending and creating this language of understanding. And at the high end, advanced geoanalytics are creating new insights and new understandings with predictive modeling, real-time visualization, analytics, the ability to store and access big data and bring it right into the geographic environment, being able to look at imagery and raster information in the cloud, and then, of course, perform these interesting applications of GeoAI, the AI and machine learning, deep learning applications. This is leveraging many other IT applications and scientific innovations, but together geography is bringing it into focus. New forms of spatial analysis and data science are pushing at the edge to reach new applications. And hitting on a couple of those, for me, GeoAI is making some real progress today in making GIS smarter. And it's doing this by integrating with the huge initiatives going on in the open science community, bringing some of that stuff into the geographic plane to look at classification of imagery, being able to do cluster analysis, and so on. The applications are just beginning, but they're very real and they're very practical. They will both automate how we look at geography processing, but also they'll make things smarter. We'll be able to do smarter things geographically, integrating this kind of knowledge into our things like suitability analysis and so on. Geoaccounting is a term that I introduced to you earlier. It's all about being able to account for all the things that people really care about geographically. And dashboards are one of the major ways that people see this kind of accounting. We all know spreadsheets for doing accounting, and the discipline of accounting dates back 100 years. But being able to see it spatially, things like the SDG accounting by country of changes for all the, whether it be gender equality or forest loss or water usage, this is going to open again the world's eyes up like the coronavirus visualization did, so that people are aware of what's going on. It's going to create understanding in real time, anywhere, on any device. And real-time visualization is also coming online fast. Being able to wire up the IoT to the spatial frame means our maps suddenly become dynamic. In reporting to management, we're not only reporting the status, but the real-time status. And this kind of technology is all about ingestion of this kind of information and understanding how to analyze it, not only visualize it, but analyze what it means. And there are all kinds of workflows that will touch many of the work segments that some of you do. Just in time delivery, just in time alerting, like when an ambulance is just nearing the hospital, people are alerted and it sends out the gurneys to pick up whatever it is that is underway in this ambulance. Well, again, think creatively, and I know many of you are already doing this. Big data integration is another huge technology emerging today, being able to spatialize the big data lakes and data warehouses of information that are being collectively built through transactional systems. Imagery, for example, real-time IoT, being able to bring that right into the web frame or the desktop frame for query and analytics is going to offer whole new understanding and new forms of analytics to address the big problems that we're facing. I mentioned imagery and remote sensing. There has never been a year like this last year when imagery of all types were able to be brought into these geographic frames with GIS. Imagery base maps, of course, that's been an old one, but oriented imagery, motion imagery, point cloud visualization, and then being able to exploit it with AI and machine learning and do raster analytics and modeling right up in the cloud, not just on the desktop, but this together with the massive amount of sensing that's actually going on from satellites and drones is going to be extraordinary. Again, framing all of this technology with the kind of challenges that we're being faced, I'll again just pause for a moment and say this is an amazing time for geographers because it means being able to equip geographic thinking and geographic approaches with all of this will, I think positively all the time, I think will change the dire situation that we're facing on many fronts. Let me just share one of these that my colleagues and I have been working on that deals with the ability in 7 days to calculate at 10-meter resolution global land cover. This was built on Sentinel data, the European satellite, and using AI and machine learning, a new approach, working with our partnership in one of the cloud providers, Microsoft, and our partners at National Geographic Society. We were able to train this imagery, several years of imagery, and come up with a 2020 frame. And our intention is to be able to take this forward, doing it annually and even quarterly, so that we can actually see what's happening from a perspective at 10 meters for the entire planet. At the other end of the scale, we're seeing the innovation of textured meshes. These are really 3D point clouds, you might say, but actually they're a textured mesh because the pictures are on all sides of these clouds. And they are being merged in with vector information so that we have a combination of 3D pictures and 3D vector information, making our cities smarter. This is an example of it in Frankfurt, where we flew an aircraft, landed a few hours later, produced this amazing 3D picture of the city. And this 3D picture we were able to bring right into a GIS so that we can interact with a 3D picture, but underneath it, invisibly, is the actual vector information. I can pan and zoom. I can see the city as a picture, and I can see the most recent changes that just happened, a few hours before. And I can touch the different features, get the attribute information from them, analyze the impact, in this case, of a flood in the river, and understand effectively the city in new ways. Again, more technology, and this is the world that I live in. The last one that I want to hit on is this notion of a geospatial hub. This is again built on web services and the interconnection of people and organizations and communities through supporting geocollaboration. This allows us to organize a community, like in a city, organizing the people into different teams in a community, like volunteers. One of the most famous cities here in the West Coast is Escondido, where they got over 8,000 volunteers in the city to work on different projects in the city, like graffiti or taking care of parks, or being able to deal with issues of equity and so on. They're able to provide roles by organizing around maps, organizing around initiatives. And the mayor, the leadership there, a relatively small community, was able to just get so much more out of it. But these geo-hubs are also happening in big cities like Los Angeles, and also at the federal level, being able to organize relationships and collaboration relationships between different organizations like FEMA and the Red Cross, mobilizing workers. That's transformational. And why is it that geography is the foundation of this? Because it's integrative, it's intuitive, we can see it, we can analyze it spatially, and citizens and various participants just get it. Well, I've been talking about a number of issues. The world that you and I live in is being challenged on many fronts, clearly, and we need to be collectively responsible for its future. The very foundation of this fall seminar series is about that very subject. The geographic approach, this idea that we can bring things together geographically, and the technology that's emerging with the geospatial infrastructure are providing us the science and the practical means to act effectively. And while they're really exciting, they're the worlds that you and I live in all the time, they will not be enough. My sense is that to create a sustainable and equitable future, smart human beings are going to be essential. People exactly like you and the kind of work that you do. This is why I agreed immediately when John asked if I would speak here, because I think you standing up, providing the leadership, providing the problem-solving approaches, promoting geographic thinking, creating effective solutions. The AGS is a powerful organization because you're not just in this thinking about geography, you're not teaching geography, you're not doing academic research with geography, you're applying it. And you are exactly the kind of characters that need to exchange ideas and apply the right tools and going all in with urgency. I thought in closing I would also share a little bit about my organization, ESRI. We have been in existence now for 51 years, and its main purpose has been to support our user community. We have about 350,000 organizations, perhaps many of you in this audience, with about 10 million users. We keep advancing GIS and the science of geography. Sometimes we refer to it as the science of where. And we're continuing to grow even in difficult times. Our work focuses on building software tools that enable our users to be able to do their work successfully or better. We also build massive amounts of content, bringing our users' content together and making it shareable and useful. We also provide lots of support for the educational community and this technical support in general. ArcGIS is our main product. It really involves three sorts of systems, supporting systems of record keeping, like parcels or census data or statistics, and then systems of insight, these are analytic systems, and then systems of engagement, being able to communicate through things like dashboards or apps or story maps to the public. We also develop billions and billions of dollars of ready-to-use content in the cloud. This is largely our users' content that we bring together, and we share it and serve it openly. There are literally, I think, over 45 million data sets that now live in our cloud, and at least half of them are openly shared. We make billions of maps like the coronavirus map every day, and these are supporting advancements in global thinking and local government thinking. They're really content about everything. From a professional development perspective, we have over 100 publications to help GIS professionals. We also provide comprehensive skills training with hundreds of free courses. Last year, our actual formal training programs trained over 500,000 people in how to do various sorts of things with technology. And much of this is open sourced knowledge that can be used and adopted not only professionally, but also academically. Speaking about academic education, we have a number of programs, a school program which shares all of our software and cloud resources freely to all K through 12 schools on the planet. And we have hundreds and hundreds of thousands of students every year that learn geography using GIS tools. We also support over 11,000 colleges and universities with licensing of our tools in departments or for the entire campuses. Each year, we work closely with the National Geographic Society and others to support something called GIS Day, which promotes the idea of geographic learning and geo-mentoring within education. ESRI has thousands of business partners formally. Some of them are quite large, and thousands of them are actually quite small startups. This is really creating a whole nervous system of innovation. In our global portfolio, we are about a $2 billion organization, but we drive about $28 billion of revenue to these innovative partners of various scales and types. We also enjoy a series of special relationships, and I've enjoyed working with the AGS for many years, but many of these here outlined are in the area of conservation and education, things that we care a great deal about. In conservation, there are similarly over 10,000 organizations that we donate and support our software to help do conservation activities at a planetary scale and all the way down to small watershed work. Let me summarize my overall talk. Our world is a single, integrated, changing ecosystem that's increasingly threatened by us. Some people have said we're living beyond our means. One of the famous people suggests that over 3 billion population, we're living beyond our means. And that's true. We're absorbing more from the world than it can sustain. To create a sustainable and equitable world, we need to take responsibility. And this really comes down especially to a message to you, applying our best science, our best tools, and also our best creativity to address these problems. Geography professionals, and many others, of course, providing leadership, doing the necessary work, and applying geographic approach at scale, and integrating geographic science and holistic things in everything that we do will be essential, creating a sustainable and an equitable future for the planet and for all of us as individuals. Thank you once again for inviting me to this conference, and I really wish you a great success in bringing everybody together around these themes that are so powerful and moving ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. That was a great presentation. And as a senior statesman in the world of geo, I can't tell you how much we appreciate your remarks to us today. And now, a panel discussion on environmental justice and climate justice, organized by Dr. Tracy Osborne. Tracy?
Hello, everyone. My name is Tracy Osborne, and I'm an associate professor at the University of California, Merced, and I'm also the director of the UC Center for Climate Justice. And I'll be serving as the moderator for today's panel on environmental and climate justice. Climate change is an urgent existential crisis, and centering justice will be critical for addressing our most pressing social and environmental concerns in the most comprehensive, equitable, and effective ways. Environmental justice is a paradigm that suggests that all communities, regardless of race, ethnicity, class, or gender, or any identity or expression of difference, should be treated equally with regards to environmental laws and the distribution of positive and negative environmental attributes. Of course, in the US and around the world, we often have found the most marginalized people are disproportionately impacted by the presence of toxic industries. Climate justice recognizes the disproportionate impact of climate change on marginalized people around the world, and these are the people and places least responsible for the problem in the first place. It also connects the dots between the climate crisis and a range of social, racial, and environmental justice issues in which people are deeply entangled. And this engages a larger and more diverse group of people. Climate justice also takes a systems perspective and attempts to address the root causes of climate change, as opposed to the symptoms alone. And these are critically important issues that our panelists are at the forefront of doing this work through research, teaching, policymaking, and engagement. Our panelists include Chitra Kumar, Assistant Director of Environmental Justice in the United States Environmental Protection Agency, Daphne Lundy, Deputy Director for Social Resiliency in New York City Mayor's Office of Climate Resiliency, and Kyle White, George Willis Peck Professor in the School of Environmental and Sustainability at the University of Michigan. So each speaker will have about 10 to 12 minutes, and then at the end we'll pose a set of questions to the panel. Our first speaker will be Chitra Kumar. Ms. Kumar is a public policy and planning expert at the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. Throughout her nearly 20-year federal career, she has held various roles, creating partnerships with federal, state, and local organizations to develop more equitable strategies for environmental protection, land use, and infrastructure, particularly in economically distressed small towns, rural areas, and urban neighborhoods. Currently, Chitra is Assistant Director for EPA's Office of Environmental Justice. Chitra holds a master's in city planning from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and a bachelor's of arts from Boston University. And so now I'll turn it over to Chitra Kumar.
Thank you so much for that warm introduction, Dr. Osborne, and thank you so much to the American Geographical Society for inviting me here to this panel today. So as Dr. Osborne said in the bio, that I'm with the Environmental Protection Agency. I am going to provide some remarks sort of based on how I see, from my vantage point with the federal agency, the national picture of the foundations that have been laid for addressing climate justice by starting with environmental justice. And I'll then share some thoughts and ideas about opportunities moving forward, given the era that we're in, with new resources and new energy to try to address climate with a justice lens. So in order to do justice to that, I will, pardon the pun, I'm going to share my slides, some slides that have some visuals, because we are at a Geographical Society event, and it's we always have to recognize, or I definitely recognize, that the importance of maps and spatial analysis to enabling environmental justice advocates to getting the attention on this issue, because pictures and maps do speak volumes. So this, for example, is a graphic of how current environmental disparities have their roots in systematic racism. So our colleagues at California EPA overlaid the digitized redlining maps for the city of Oakland, California, with their mapping tool, CalEnviro Screen. And you can see the correlation right here between the areas classified as D, hazardous, or the worst environment, and environmental disparities today. And then you can see also how this was intentional. It was known by the surveyor's descriptions on the right-hand side of this slide, this box, where it says odors and noises from local industries, infiltration of colored and orientals, predominance of older cheap cottages, zoned for industry. And then further down, adjoining industrial area with attendant odors and smoke. So this is not an accident that people were co-located with noxious facilities and industry. And these very much were in full consciousness and accepted at that time. Sorry. Now, what are we doing about it? We are really moving to the environmental protection practice or enterprise in the federal government started out with trying to provide equality. This diagram, which is very commonly used to explain these terms, I'm just going to reference here because equality was about providing a very average level of improvement. And what that meant for environmental protection is providing that better air or cleaner water, or less land contamination on average. It didn't address the fact that there were hot spots in this community, in certain communities, and those communities tended to be communities of color, low-income communities that had less clout. Now we're trying to address those things by providing better, safer water, not just to some, but actually addressing the conditions, the root causes, by fixing the systems. And what does that mean? Well, back in 1992, we had an environmental equity work group. And then that work group was by many prominent environmental justice leaders who had that set up at the Environmental Protection Agency. And that equity work group or task force advocated for an environmental justice office to be set up at EPA so that it would, and that was set up and signed by executive order by Bill Clinton back in 1994. And we then were off and running in creating tools, structures, trying to influence the rest of federal government, starting with the Environmental Protection Agency, through a series of work groups and task force and guides and plans, but without the full force of accountability of any legislation or any regulation that forced anyone to actually implement what was put in these wonderful guidebooks and promising practice reports. So we were very crafty. We put together, for example, one of our very prized things that we did was put together something called EJ Screen, a nationally consistent mapping tool using national data sets. And what it could do, and it can do, is, for example, this is a map of Philadelphia and the city of Philadelphia, again, referencing the idea of these redlining maps. You have from 1938 a redlining map. You pay attention on the left-hand side to the red and yellow areas on that map. And then in the middle, Philadelphia happens to have, at the tract level, blood lead level data, which is available and mapped right here. And you can see the high correlation between the dots on the map and where you have the redlined areas. Well, not all cities have that level of specificity in their data. So EJ Screen on the right-hand side is able to actually showcase and show how the indices for lead paint enable you to see some of those same areas. Mostly captures there's tremendous overlap between the dots and the red areas that you see on this map. So it's a great proxy, and we can do this in any city where there's the lead paint information is available. So this can be a really powerful tool for advocates on legacy environmental issues. And now we're moving into an era where we not only have these powerful tools, but we have a new administration who has from day one provided backing and leadership, saying we have to address through executive orders, racial equity and issues of underserved communities, through an executive order on tackling the climate crisis at home and abroad, through messages from our administrator saying it has to be a clear priority for the Environmental Protection Agency. But not only that, we are going to give you money through the budget, through the congressional budget process, through the American Rescue Plan. We are going to provide the resources to use the tools and shift the conversation from where it has been, which is primarily around equality, to equity, and then all the way to justice on these issues. So one thing I want to just highlight for you on how a mechanism for that is within the executive order on tackling the climate crisis at home and abroad, there's something called Justice 40. It's an initiative that commits 40% of the resources of certain programs to benefit disadvantaged communities. It is a really interesting concept of trying to drive the benefits, not just the dollars, but the benefits towards disadvantaged communities. It includes a scorecard that is supposed to be set up, so to have that accountability and transparency. It also has set up a White House Environmental Justice Council for broad stakeholder engagement and specific elevated attention to environmental justice leaders and their voice in public policy. This is really significant because the EJ office, the Environmental Protection Agency, had a certain amount of convening power, but the White House is a whole nother level. And even maybe because of, but maybe in spite of anything the federal government is doing, we have seen so much attention at the state level as well. Governor Murphy in New Jersey signed legislation on environmental justice, which is catapulting their work forward. We see here on the right-hand side a number of other states that are also doing interesting things, whether it's legislative or executive orders that are pushing environmental justice forward. We even see utility regulators thinking about and conversing about equity and justice. So this is a really exciting time for us to move forward with an equity and justice lens. Lastly, I'll just share this one more tool, and the Indiana University has pulled together some information about other maps and mapping tools on environmental justice throughout the country, which is an interesting resource, and they share indicators that each of these states are using. And it's something worth noting that 19 states do have their own maps and tools and resources. So this is just a really fruitful time. And key takeaways in terms of what's coming forward as we look ahead, we really want to see environmental justice in all of the procedures, policies, and programs, not only for EPA, but all of the agencies throughout federal government. We're excited to see that there's money flowing towards those programs. It's not just good ideas, but we're backing those ideas with money. That's happening through even the congressional conversations that are appropriations conversations that are happening right now on the Hill, whether it's the infrastructure bill or reconciliation process. We want to also note that it's so important to build transparency and accountability into everything we do, because that is what will give leaders on the ground the opportunity to make sure that this sticks beyond any one administration. We also want to be able to continue to invest in all these kinds of tools as we tackle the climate challenge, but not lose sight of the legacy environmental problems and the communities that have been fighting so hard for those issues as well, because that is something that often can happen in these conversations. So with that, I will turn it back over to Dr. Osborne. Here's my contact information if anyone would like to reach out afterwards. Thank you so much.
That was fantastic. So our next speaker will be Ms. Daphne Lundy. Ms. Lundy is Deputy Director for Social Resiliency at the New York City Mayor's Office of Resiliency. Her work is focused on creating programs that strengthen and prepare New York City communities against climate change impacts. Projects include supporting education programs to increase awareness of heat waves and heat risk in vulnerable communities, expanding green infrastructure investments that mitigate urban heat island effect, and identifying building retrofitting strategies. Prior to that, she was an urban planner at the New York City Department of City Planning, working on resilient land use and zoning policy for Brooklyn coastal communities impacted by Hurricane Sandy. So thank you so much. Daphne, please go ahead and go ahead with your presentation.
Thanks for those introductions, Dr. Osborne and Chitra. I really appreciate your framing of the federal level and the work that's being done on that level. So I'll be spending some time talking about what's happening in New York City, particularly around extreme heat, and the way that our policies around extreme heat adaptation is really thinking about the work through a climate justice lens and a lot of the underlying inequalities that drive a lot of the vulnerability in New York City. So, I'm sure that this audience, especially since it's a geography conference, knows sort of the landscape of risk in the city and nationwide. I think that when people think about risk in New York City specifically, they'll think about the Hurricane Sandys or the major coastal storms that affect our city. But in reality, it's a real kind of multi-hazard landscape that we face when we're thinking about risk. And I wanted to zoom in on extreme heat, because even though when we see a Sandy-like event, we know that there's a lot of physical destruction, when it comes to actual well-being and life and safety, it's really extreme heat that's a driver of a lot of vulnerability in the city and nationwide. So, what we find is that lots of places like New York City tend to be a lot hotter than their surrounding areas because of the urban heat island effect. What that means practically is that every summer in the city, several hundred people are hospitalized or experience heat illness. And so much of this is sort of driven by these known and understood inequalities in our built environment. Everything from lack of air conditioning or differences in housing quality or housing access, or even sort of underlining health issues that drive certain people to be more vulnerable when there's a heat wave. And, I'm really happy that Chitra brought in the redlining maps in her presentation, because when we think about heat risk and sort of the impact of it, what we know is that it's not evenly felt across the city. It's really sort of spatially defined by a lot of underlining inequalities. And so the map on the left is the city's redlining maps from the 40s. And, as this audience likely knows, redlining maps were what sort of indicated, where you could get a mortgage, where investments were being made, what was deemed a safe or undesirable neighborhood. And a study that came out I think in 2019, sort of pre the COVID pandemic, did an analysis of redlining maps across the country. And so in doing this analysis, they found that neighborhoods that were deemed hazardous, so neighborhoods that were redlined, were the neighborhoods today that faced the greatest heat vulnerability. And a lot of this is tied to the fact that these hazardous neighborhoods were neighborhoods where investments weren't being made. So everything from thinking about, the lack of green space, or the fact that the housing stock in these neighborhoods were oftentimes subpar. These historical policy decisions are now meaning that these same neighborhoods face greater risk in the summer months. I once heard Dr. Maybelle Wilson, who's a professor out of Columbia, say that landscapes are not neutral. And I think that's something we really need to keep in mind when doing work to address environmental justice and climate justice. There's oftentimes all of these sort of underlining inequalities in our landscape that we really have to sort of keep front of mind when we're addressing climate hazards, in the city, but also nationwide. So another layer I wanted to add on to this is how we think about climate risk as it relates to public health. And so oftentimes in my role at the Office of Climate Resiliency, we're thinking about the climate hazard, so the flooding event or the extreme heat event, but then we're also thinking about the secondary hazards and then the overall impact on public health. And so in the case of extreme heat, it's not just thinking about the heat wave event itself, but it's also thinking about the impact on air quality. It's also thinking about the impact on things like, respiratory illness, or people who have asthma who might feel the impact of the heat wave more significantly. And so in sort of trying to craft solutions to address climate risk, we really have to be doing it in this robust way that considers both these historic inequalities as well as these underlining impacts, to public health and health disparities in general. So in 2017, the city of New York launched Cool Neighborhoods NYC. And so this was the city's first heat adaptation plan. And this tool was really trying to address heat risk, both from the lens of, physical interventions to address urban heat island effect, but also thinking about the ways we can best support vulnerable populations through this lens of social resilience and social cohesion. And I won't talk through all of the layers of this plan, but I want to just emphasize that at the forefront of the thinking for this report was this idea of supporting vulnerable populations, but also working through this network of community cohesion as a way of sort of spreading information about climate preparedness and climate adaptation in general. So a major part of the work of Cool Neighborhoods was investing in tree planting. So the heat vulnerability map that the city of New York has considers a number of factors when addressing or rather considering heat vulnerability. And one of the main indicators in this map is looking at green space or lack thereof. And so in neighborhoods that were deemed heat vulnerable on the highest end of that index, the city worked with the Parks Department to do targeted tree planting. So, what this work does is over time, it will start to fill in the gaps in the city's tree canopy in these neighborhoods that were underinvested in because of redlining. And then over time, as a tree canopy sort of fills in, that will help to address urban heat island effect. And I think that this process is a really great example of using tools that are embedded with climate justice in policymaking. And so, having the tool, having the heat vulnerability index was a way for us to prioritize investments in certain areas and a way to sort of make the case as to why these investments were important. Another big part of Cool Neighborhoods NYC was the implementation of cool roofs. And so, cool roofs are these white roof coatings that can have a real huge impact in both addressing the urban heat island effect in general, but also decreasing indoor temperatures, which can have a really important impact on building energy usage in the summer months. And so again, by using the heat vulnerability index, we use that as a tool to help sort of direct investment and focus when it came to implementing cool roofs. And so on the map that you'll see, you'll find that a significant portion of the cool roof investments were made in the darker orange areas, so in the high heat vulnerable areas. And since the program started about, more than 10 years ago at this point, over 10 million square feet of white roof has been coated throughout the city through the program. And the program also focuses on providing free cool roofs to affordable housing, community centers, and other types of important social infrastructure in the city. Another big part of the work of this report was using the framing of trusted messengers as a way to deliver climate risk information. And so, part of the thinking about this work is that there are, for many reasons, some populations that are harder for the city to reach directly. These can be folks who are socially isolated or are homebound because of mobility issues, or for many reasons may not have trust in the government. And so, we know that home health aides are really critical parts of the care infrastructure in the country and in the city. And in partnering with home health aid agencies, we provided climate risk trainings. And so now these home health aid workers were able to work with their clients to sort of guide them on what best to do if there's a heat wave event. Everything from suggesting that their clients turn on the air conditioning to encouraging them to drink more water, or sort of connecting them to city resources that are available during a heat wave event. And this type of infrastructure is really this focus on sort of more intimate one-to-one connections and sort of soft relationship building as a tool of sort of sharing resources and information when it comes to climate adaptation. So another example of this trusted messenger concept is Be a Buddy NYC. And so this is a program where the city partnered with community-based organizations that are currently working in heat vulnerable neighborhoods to basically serve as buddy systems during a heat wave event. And so the organizations that we chose to work with are organizations that have long and rich connections in their communities. And again, they're oftentimes better situated and have better sort of trust networks to reach out to neighbors during heat wave events. And so these organizations were trained in understanding sort of the intersection of climate and health impacts, also trained in things like overall climate preparedness and emergency management. And then ahead of a heat wave, these organizations will call people in their communities, particularly folks who might be isolated, to again share resources about what to do when there's a heat wave, or connect them to a city program, such as a cooling center or other programs like that. And what we found is that this type of structure is really able to adapt to multiple crises in the city. So at the top of the pandemic last year, these Be a Buddy networks were actually activated to call people in the midst of COVID. And so in the first few weeks of the pandemic, these networks did thousands of wellness checks to people in their communities, basically connecting them to the city's food programs or other services to make sure that they were okay. And I think it's a really important example of the power of relationship building that needs to happen ahead of a disaster or ahead of a crisis. So when there is a crisis, people sort of know who to reach out to and have the sort of networks and the social cohesion that's really critical when trying to address these disparities of extreme weather events. So, a lot of our interventions had to drastically change because of the nature of COVID-19. One of the biggest things that we did that was different was the enactment of an air conditioning program for low-income seniors. And so this was really trying to address the fact that some of the more traditional, avenues of cooling, whether it's going to the library or a community center or senior center, wasn't as possible because of the real concerns around community transmission and, wanting to make sure that folks who were vulnerable from COVID weren't sort of putting themselves in the line of risk because of extreme heat. And so last year, the city ran an air conditioning program to provide 74,000 air conditioners to low-income seniors throughout the city as really a way to make sure that people had protective measures in their homes during extreme weather events. We also did a lot of work thinking about ways to activate open spaces to provide cooling and spaces of respite during heat wave events. And I think, this is part of the larger awakening that's been happening about just the importance and criticality of public spaces, everything from our parks to our sidewalks, but places where people can get respite and feel, get a sense of well-being in the outdoors. So that's my last slide, but really, again, happy to be here and excited for the conversation.
So our final speaker will be Dr. Kyle White. Kyle is George Willis Pack Professor of Environment and Sustainability at the University of Michigan, teaching in the Environmental Justice specialization. His research addresses environmental justice, focusing on moral and political issues concerning climate policy and Indigenous peoples, the ethics of cooperation and cooperative relationships between Indigenous peoples and science organizations, and problems of Indigenous justice in public and academic discussions of food sovereignty, environmental justice, and the Anthropocene. Kyle currently serves on the White House Environmental Justice Advisory Council, the Management Committee of the Michigan Environmental Justice Coalition, and the board of directors of the Pesticide Action Network North America. He has served as an author of the U.S. Global Change Research Program, including on the National Climate Assessment and for the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change Working Group 2. He's an enrolled member of the Citizen Potawatomi Nation. And I'll turn it over to you, Kyle. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Dr. Osborne, and good to be in dialogue with the esteemed colleagues here today. And I wanted to share a couple of different things. First, I wanted to talk a little bit about the White House work, and what I was going to share is certainly related to and complementary to and builds on what Assistant Director Kumar had shared with us earlier. And then I also wanted to mention a few considerations about Indigenous people in the context of the United States and climate and environmental justice. So to begin with, right now, and this really reaffirms what Assistant Director Kumar had shared with us, we're in a time where there's a tremendous amount of energy and resources and just a lot of motivated folks regarding environmental justice, especially at the federal level. Philanthropy is excited, agencies are excited, communities are excited, community organizations are excited. And a big reason why there's so much environmental justice within the Biden-Harris administration is because in so many different states, it was Black, Brown, and Indigenous people that came out and voted. Just for example, in a state like Michigan, groups like the Michigan Environmental Justice Coalition or the Anishinaabe Caucus mobilized tens of thousands of voters around environmental justice issues and were a huge part of completely changing the election trajectory of the state of Michigan in the last presidential election. And so for this reason, the Biden-Harris administration has a profound responsibility to make environmental justice matter to the communities that played such a huge role in the election, many of whom are communities that are suffering from problematic burdens of environmental stressors, environmental harms, and who also lack access to the best aspects of what it means to have a cultural lifeway or recreation or other things tied to the places where you live, work, and play. And so the White House Environmental Justice Advisory Council, which comes out of Executive Order 14008, involves 26 people who have a long experience working in environmental justice. So about 4 or 5 of them are also, I would say, kind of the next generation of environmental justice leaders, but who have demonstrated just incredible work in their short careers. But we also have many people that have been working for many decades on environmental justice and across multiple different domains and levels and so on. And so initially, the WEJAC, which is the term for the White House Environmental Justice Advisory Council, has set out with a number of tasks and subcommittees. So one of the first ones, and you can view the recommendations on our website. We made recommendations in mid-May, and the first one was actually updates to Executive Order 12898, or updates that could go into a potential new executive order on environmental justice. And so we haven't yet received a response from the White House or federal agencies on those recommendations, but it's something that those agencies are currently working on and engaging. But a key aspect of those recommendations are a recentering of the importance of Title VI of civil rights and anti-racism within the charges that agencies have to protect communities. We emphasize that environmental justice is about full protection and is also about the sustainability and vitality of communities, including the cultural integrity of communities. We have a lot of strong recommendations on improving agency strategic planning and accountability. And so anyways, that's a key thing for folks to follow. Assistant Director Kumar referenced the Justice 40 initiative. I would say that's one of the areas that our council is the busiest in. The idea that if you look at major infrastructure investments in the tens of billions of dollars in environmental areas, so climate resilient infrastructure, renewable energy infrastructure, sanitation infrastructure, clean water infrastructure, and the workforce development that would be associated with those types of investments, that's a major commitment. And at one level, it's a macro investment commitment. But a huge part of Justice 40 is, what does it mean to make the dollars count? What does it mean to actually not only spend the dollars in a way that matters to communities and that makes real change, but to be able to also track that that's what's happening. And so really the vision behind Justice 40 is not just invest and that's it, but actually ask really hard-hitting questions like, will communities that are the focus of investments, will their own contractors and businesses benefit from the federal contracts? Will they benefit from the other energy and resources that would come into their community in relation to the federal investments? Will you have within communities new financial mechanisms and instruments developed that support those communities in taking advantage of the investments? Will communities own the new infrastructure? How do we ensure that the money just doesn't flow out of the community? And so these are extremely hard-hitting questions, and ones that are challenging for communities like tribal nations, for example, who have never been the focus of any prior federal intensification of infrastructure investment. And so many of our tribal nations are in the position where we never were once benefited from previous infrastructure investment, including things like the Rural Electrification Act. And so for an investment in, say, renewable energy to matter for our communities, we have to also at the same time address the fact that broadband infrastructure and other communications infrastructure is lacking, water infrastructure is lacking, transportation infrastructure is lacking. It has to be part of a concerted, planned effort. And so in this way, the Justice 40 initiative is really trying to go deep, so to speak, and is very much intergenerational, and is very much about changing how we understand the relationship between macro level investments and actual change and transformation within communities. Another aspect that the WEJAC is going into is the part of it that involves federal agencies understanding actually how to identify which communities should be focused on for the sake of Justice 40. And this is complementary with what Assistant Director Kumar was talking about with regard to EJ screen at the national level, at the EPA level, but also more locally what states are doing to track environmental injustice. But what the WEJAC is working on is called the Climate and Economic Justice Screening Tool. And it's a screening tool that's going to use publicly available data to give voice to communities that should be the focus of different aspects of Justice 40. For example, a community that's in a high-risk climate change situation, well, infrastructure investments on climate resilience would be critical for that community. And so there is currently in development a prototype, and there's a WEJAC subcommittee that's focused on advising the U.S. Digital Service and the Office of Management and Budget and the Council on Environmental Quality on developing that prototype for the Climate and Economic Justice Screening Tool. There's also a group of software engineers at the U.S. Digital Service that has a meeting or has a set of meetings and a Slack channel and other things on the development of the screening tool. It's called the Justice 40 open source group and has a GitHub website, and there's office hours. There's all sorts of opportunities to engage with that group. And I think it's important that one of the issues that we're focused on is that if so much hinges on the development of the screening tool in terms of giving voice to communities that could really benefit from the Justice 40 initiative and could really have a transformative effects from that, it's important who's designing the screening tool, who's engineering it. And oftentimes our communities face digital divides, and we might have experiences and knowledge and expertise related to justice and equity, but oftentimes people in the position to engage in software engineering and design don't have those experiences, yet are in the position to make critical recommendations and build out things that are going to have a pivotal role in the future well-being of many of our communities. And lastly, and this is one of the subcommittees I co-chair, we're working on a scorecard, and Assistant Director Kumar had this in one of their slides, an overall scorecard to support agencies to track their environmental justice efforts. And we hope after a number of discussions with agencies, with different key White House offices, that by February we'll have an available version of that scorecard that could be shared publicly. So all of this means that for folks with spatial skills and geographic skills and others, there's so much to do right now. This is where the action is. And I think for tribal nations, this is critical because for many of our communities, we've been tracking climate change for many generations. Our vulnerability to climate change is related both to the fact that we live in areas that are facing climate change impacts, but our capacity to adapt and some of the reasons why we're confined to certain geographic areas is because it's the fossil fuel industry that was a huge driver in dispossessing us of our lands in the first place, shrinking our territories, and getting us to be relocated in different ways, as well as even in the case of a lot of reservations or areas where tribes have recognized forms of sovereignty, the liquidation of those parcels of land into private property that non-native people control or lease and essentially take advantage of our lands. And so nearly every infrastructure period in the US, infrastructure building left us behind, as I mentioned earlier. And so we're looking in a situation where we're some of the most adamant environmentalists in the world in terms of indigenous people. But many of the folks that will be making decisions about these large investments don't understand our communities, don't understand our history. Yet to be able to succeed in the era of Justice 40, we're going to have to use our own knowledge and experience to guide how those planning efforts are made, how those investments are made. And so I'll just close with those points. And again, fantastic to be in dialogue with the esteemed colleagues here, as well as folks that are connecting to this conversation in different ways.
Thank you so much, Dr. White. So I think let's move into our portion of where I'll pose a number of questions to our panelists. And maybe we'll start with you, Kyle. Maybe you can address this question, and then we'll ask a couple of other questions to some of our other panelists. But maybe we'll start with this one. What lessons would you say do past experience in fighting environmental justice offer for efforts to promote climate justice today? So both the successes and failures in fighting environmental justice, what do these past experiences offer for thinking about and promoting climate justice today?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. So I think when I think about just all the testimonies and things I've learned about what Native people in the context of the US are facing with respect to climate change, there's a couple of ways I think about how we approach the idea of what we can learn in the past. So one thing is that indigenous cultures oftentimes have stories from long time ago about previous periods where societies faced climate change, including dangerous climate change. And even if we kind of made the claim that like historically we know it couldn't possibly have been humans that caused it in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, nonetheless in those stories they're about people taking responsibility for the changes that were happening and that were threatening. And what we find in those different stories, and obviously there's a number of different cultures and so on, but at least in a lot of the stories that I'm familiar with, the solution is never more technology or more technological innovation, but rather people's capacity to deal with climate change is a function of how social relations work. If you have a society or multiple societies and people are interacting with each other in ways where there's high degrees of consent and trust and reciprocity and accountability, then that's like the kind of society that I would want to be a part of, right? It's a society where you've got mutual aid and support. For that reason, and thinking about Daphne Lundy's presentation regarding the buddy system, you're right, you get that social fabric, and that's what really goes into resilience. And historically, what we've seen is that every time the United States tried to address a crisis, they committed they committed acts of colonialism. Tribes were dispossessed of their land to make way for the energy sector and the industrial sector. And what we see along the way is that the U.S. was able to do that because they didn't respect Native people's consent. They didn't want non-exploitative or reciprocal economic situations with tribes. They also were distrustful. And I think it's important that if we don't look closely at how the United States operates today and other countries in the world, if we don't look closely about whether those aspects of trust and consent, reciprocity have been improved, then the climate solutions are likely to be just as hazardous to many indigenous communities and many Black and Brown communities, both in the United States, but also within the global majority. And so we need to look very closely, not at whether we have the technologies, but actually whether we've repaired things that Black, Brown, and indigenous people have been calling for repair for many generations at this point. And I think some of the data, unfortunately, some of the case studies shows us that renewable energy and clean energy solutions can actually create a future for many Black, Brown, and indigenous communities, which is horrible. It involves more environmental degradation, more land loss, while maybe privileged people will benefit in a bubble from the reduction in greenhouse gas emissions.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for those reflections. So I've got a, well, first of all, let me actually open it up to the panelists. If anyone else would like to respond to that question. I mean, you all have a long history of working on these issues of environmental justice, and I think are in positions right now where, as you all have been mentioning, environmental justice is really being taken seriously in the federal, the national level, as well as in the levels of states and cities. So let me also open it up to the other panelists if you want to respond to that question.
You know, I think I would just echo the framework that Dr. White's laid out, particularly the point around trust needing to be repaired and like healing needing to happen ahead of trying to create these interventions to address climate hazards. I think that's definitely the case in New York City. So much of what we know that drives heat vulnerability specifically is about racism. It's about where Black and Brown people could and could not live. It's about how we chose not to invest in those neighborhoods. And it's I think sometimes conversations around climate adaptation can be in a way too narrow, because it's oftentimes not just about the hazard, it's about these sort of interconnected disparities and inequality. And I think if we're not trying to sort of create solutions that at its heart are addressing these historic lack of trust that communities have with governments, if we're not addressing these really deep-seated, racist policies that we're still feeling today, it's then hard to come up or sort of adapt and sort of recommend solutions, because we won't have those relationships to really make those those interventions fruitful. And then again, I think, to really affirm what Dr. White said, this idea of, I think learning from the past is so critical, because again, even in a place as dense and complex as New York City, people have been thinking about environmental justice and climate justice for decades. And so how are we also understanding community perspectives and community values in this work as a city, as we're shaping our policies and programs?
Yeah, thank you so much. So maybe I'll pose this question to Assistant Director Kumar. So what are the most promising opportunities to make progress on environmental and climate justice that you see today?
Yeah, thank you so much. I do feel, again, the moment we're in right now, with the amount of enthusiasm there is, the amount of attention there is, and the ability to move money right now to fund priorities that we think are important, is an exciting moment, right? Right now in the House Democrats proposal that's on the street is $550 billion worth of investment that's going to flow. I mean, this is an unprecedented conversation that's happening in my entire career in 20 years. There's never been a moment where there was actually contemplation of increasing EPA's budget or the budget of the agencies that do environmental work. It's always been a shrinking and zero-sum game in terms of shifting resources to different priorities. So the idea that we're in conversation about this is really exciting. I think I just can't stress enough what my co-panelists said, though, about what scares me the most is that we're going to unleash all of this money on communities that have never had the capacity for all of the systematic reasons. They've been disenfranchised. They've never had the ability to be in these conversations or the tools or resources. And all of a sudden, this money is going to start flowing forward through the existing pipes of government. We are shoving this money through federal programs that were broken to begin with, that have done that damage to begin with. So the idea of how do we simultaneously retrofit the systems so that they can be more just is the challenge of our day. And it just requires a stepping up in thinking and in ambition, and the ability for people who are to step into brave spaces and change conversations, challenge the assumptions, and say it in all of these places. What we're fortunate, what I feel really excited about is we have forums like the one that Dr. White is serving on, that we have young people who are coming into spaces. We have Daphne, you in roles that you're sharing, that there are cities that are leading on these issues, that are thinking about things in different ways, that we have the ability to bring people together to say, no, let's think about it in this different way before you set forth on the old ways of doing business. And I just think it's going to take that much work from outside stakeholders pushing and pushing back and holding us accountable as government, as public institutions. It's going to take philanthropy to meet communities at their needs where federal agents or any public entity is not able to. There are lots of things we can't fund for legal reasons but communities need help to do. And it's that like, it can't be all driven by top down. It has to be listening to the grassroots and what folks are doing. And that's it's hard work. So it's going to take a lot, and it's exciting. I think people are really ready to do that, meet that challenge.
Yeah, no, it's definitely extremely exciting. Let me also open it up to the other panelists, and thanks also for speaking to some of the pressing challenges today. So maybe I'll that kind of broader question: what are some of the pressing challenges, but also promising opportunities to make progress on environmental and climate justice? Maybe I'll open it up to the other panelists if you want to speak to that.
I think, especially as we're still in the midst of the pandemic, it's been really heartening to see the role of social infrastructure be elevated. And so, again, I think that from a resiliency conversation, people go to the coastal protection projects, like the big projects, like the hard infrastructure. But I think that now there's really an acknowledgement that this softer infrastructure, this social infrastructure, is critical, if not more so, to the sort of hard infrastructure that comes to people's minds. And so I think on a New York City level, that's opened up really important conversations about the roles of libraries, of community centers, of trusted neighborhood spaces, and how do we ensure that those spaces just continue to function in their amazing roles as building social networks, but also that we're thinking about these sites and the existing and future challenges that they might face because of climate change. And really trying to think about how we reimagine even grant programs from the federal level that traditionally, I think, addressed climate adaptation from a very hard infrastructure lens, to then opening up the conversations to invest in more social infrastructure and also invest in programming as well, right? How do we ensure that the people at these different sites, like doing this community work, have access to the many funding streams that are that exist, but are also coming because of the current federal landscape that we're in right now.
No, thank you so much. So I've got one final question, and I'd love the thoughts of the entire of all of our panelists on this final question, because young people are deeply concerned about the climate crisis. and are also recognizing some of the limits to the sort of conventional strategies, much of what you've all have shared. So what advice would you give to young people interested in working to achieve climate justice? Maybe we'll start with you, Daphne, if you don't mind, and we can start with you this time.
Sure. I'll say first that anytime I interact with young people, I always think that they're at the forefront of these conversations around climate justice because, for them, I think they're oftentimes thinking about the span of their lifetime and, how things will have to change and how they'll have to adapt because of these climate change impacts. And so I think for folks, particularly young folks that want to get involved in this work, I always think about ways to start from where you are. So thinking about sort of the local groups that are in your landscape, thinking about the elders in your neighborhood that are probably already thinking about climate hazards or thinking about, environmental justice as a really great place to start that work. And then I think another thing to consider, and especially given the audience of this conference, is the fact that data and tools, particularly maps, can tell a story, but it's oftentimes not the only story. And I think that when we can get better about melding both the really important quantitative work that we can do using data sets and resources with the qualitative work of talking to people on the ground and sort of understanding that texture of experience and lived experience in this work, that's how we get at sort of better policies and programs that really speak to this more holistic picture of what community needs are.
Yeah, thank you so much. And maybe I'll turn it over to you, Chitra. Maybe what kind of advice would you give to young people today interested in climate justice?
Yeah, I just want to pick up on one thing that Daphne said in terms of like the enthusiasm by young people. I mean, there was a Yale study in public opinion that actually said that it concluded that people of color are more likely to vote in favor of climate policies because they are closer to the impacts, likely. And similarly, that young people are more likely to vote in favor of climate policies, and that's known. And several folks have, several reports have said that. So what I also think about is this quote by Albert Einstein, which is, we cannot solve problems by using the same kind of thinking we used when we created them. So who better to use a totally different type of thinking than our young people? Because we need to shape this generation, or we need to let loose the talents of our younger generations who haven't been melded by an old way of thinking, and to help solve the problems of tomorrow. I mean, I really believe that there are technologies that haven't been invented yet that are going to help with mitigating climate change or avoiding new sources of pollution. And as our country grapples with all of these issues like broken supply chains and workforce shortages, there's really no dearth of opportunity for young people to step into the roles, to step into the new needs, and be the change we want to see in the world. So it's really, I just say like that for young people not to feel ever limited, to really step in to opportunities, to challenge assumptions and go with it.
Thank you so much. And finally, Kyle, would love to hear your thoughts. I mean, obviously, as a professor, you probably get this question quite often, so I'd love to hear your thoughts as well.
Absolutely. I really appreciated Deputy Director Lundy's points about storytelling and narrative, and I wouldn't have said it as well, but I would have definitely emphasized that if they hadn't have said it just now. I think for Black, Brown, and Indigenous youth, it's important that we're centering our cultures, our sciences, our knowledge, and keeping open that option that maybe our careers for the long term can be within our communities. We need to break that cycle of understanding our careers as, being somewhere else. Certainly we have a place in those somewhere else locations, one of which is a place like where I work, but we really want to have those options to have long-term or short-term careers within our own communities. A couple of super specific points, given the great points that my colleagues here have already made. So one is that I think there's a tremendous opportunity for young folks to be part of these next steps with respect to issues of fossil fuel divestment. Many philanthropic organizations, for example, are divesting their portfolios from dirty industries. But what does it mean as a next step to then reinvest in communities and in a way that still meets those philanthropic organizations' needs for being able to grow their financial portfolio? And I think young people can play a huge role in creating that completely different way of thinking about investments. Another area is in terms of higher education. There's a massive crisis right now in higher education, including with the debt crisis that many younger people are facing. Part of the problem is that institutions of higher education, especially the most expensive ones, are typically not the ones that are in our communities. And right now, many institutions of higher education are engaged in huge amounts of fundraising because they believe that they will have access to unprecedented levels of endowment and philanthropic support, mainly due to the issues that many people in our communities have been raising and that have been in the media for some years now. But because the universities with the biggest fundraising arms are not the ones right there benefiting our communities, that can be very problematic. And I think that we need to push for our institutions to partner with the institutions of higher education in our communities, the minority serving communities, the historically Black colleges and universities, the tribal colleges and universities, and begin to look at partnered fundraising and begin to start closing some of those gaps and actually working together instead of having to continue with this horrific divide between both institutions and who they're serving and who has access to them, but also in terms of who can get the larger share of funds.
Thank you so much. I think we're at time, but this has been a very interesting conversation. And so I thank the panelists for the work that you're doing in the world and also for these important insights on environmental and climate justice. So thank you so much. And I think we'll close now.
Thank you, everyone, for that great discussion. While Geography 2050 is complimentary for you, it requires considerable resources to host this week-long event. Please consider making a tax-deductible contribution today to help offset the cost of production. It's very easy. Just go to the Geography 2050 website and click on the Donate Now button. Thank you. And now we have a special spotlight session, The Climates of Inequality, with Dr. Kristen Obrazo-Kolfin and Ms. Liz Shevchenko.
My name is Kristen Obrazo-Kolfin, and I'm an assistant teaching professor and coordinator of public history in the history department at Rutgers University and one of the university partners with the Humanities Action Lab.
Thanks, Kristen, and I'm Liz Shevchenko. I'm founding director of the Humanities Action Lab, which is a coalition of universities and advocacy organizations and public spaces that work together to create participatory public memory projects. And we wanted to share with you a new strategy that we're developing for confronting the climate crisis with our partners, which is about activating local community memories. The project that we're hoping to share with you today is called Climates of Inequality. And it's a participatory public memory project that's created by students and educators. And so Climates of Inequality is a participatory public memory project that's created by students, educators, and community leaders in over 20 cities across the US and around the world. And in each of these localities that you see here, local teams are working together to activate the histories of what we call frontline communities that I'm sure you've talked about a lot in this conference. So those are people who have contributed the least to the climate crisis, but bear its heaviest burdens. And these teams are made up of a three-way partnership between a university that teaches a course through which students collaborate with a community organization to dig into their local histories of environmental racism and environmental justice, and then create together one piece telling their local story of a traveling multimedia exhibition that is then hosted by a public space in the area, like a museum or a public library, that also is a place for events and actions that are really digging into the roots of current environmental justice. It's also about sharing generations of frontline community strategies for resistance and resilience and mitigation. And through this, we're really trying to both create knowledge, but also action for a way of confronting the climate crisis that both understands and undoes past environmental harms. So the process of all of these communities working together is really what this is all about. So we wanted to share a little bit of a view from each of these communities and the work that they've done together. So we'll show a short video now.
The issues that we're facing now have such deep and complex roots, and we're not going to understand them alone. So what if we confronted our past as a social movement, where we're exchanging knowledge across geography, across generation, and we're always asking, how can we do it better together? That's the challenge that inspired the Humanities Action Lab.
Good morning, everyone. I'm so glad that we're convened together. We'll be able to...
Our coalition is made up of university partners, issue organizations, and exhibiting spaces. The Humanities Action Lab is based at Rutgers University, Newark. We're in 23 cities, and we convene together to study and understand what the most pressing social issue is, to learn from frontline communities what that struggle on the ground looks like.
We all have to develop this trust. We all have to develop rules for engagement, and that's why we
For this particular project, we decided to look at climate and environmental justice.
Many of you pointed to the ways that climate change and environmental degradation were mapping and exacerbating long histories of inequality.
This is a really ambitious experiment in working together to confront our pasts as a way of addressing social issues, but from the vantage point of these very different local communities.
South Louisiana is in many ways a frontline community in terms of coastal destruction. But the other issue that probably gets less attention is this deeper story about the struggle of African American communities in the face of industry and government.
What we're really striving for is a better way of working and relating with each other. The faculty and the students work with the community partners to develop their local story.
We chose to look at St. James, Louisiana, what is known as Cancer Alley. And the other site that we chose is a place called Gordon Plaza, which is in the Upper Ninth Ward.
That's why we call it the Forgotten Community.
In the case of Gordon Plaza, that community was built on top of a toxic landfill. The students immediately started working on a historical timeline that they hoped community activists could actually use to educate the public.
And what about, have they done anything since then? Nothing?
The community members have been very welcoming to outside support, but it has been important that we all understand and be sensitive to what people are going through every day. We've been working with Mr. Leon Waters. He's giving us a historical understanding of the St. James area and how they're still very resilient. That's been able to give me more of a well-rounded perception of what's going on.
Where we were standing just now, that's a levee, guys. They had to build that to hold the water in. And under that levee guide are the remains of many indigenous peoples.
This partnership affords Hidden History the opportunity to collaborate with our future. The students here represent the best hope in the forward progression of society, because hopefully much that is incorrect or wrong in our educational system will get corrected.
While we have so much data about climate change and environmental degradation, that data is not mobilizing people towards action. But what we do know that mobilizes people is stories.
After Hurricane Maria, students in my classes were homeless. Their families had had to leave the island. They're starving. And I thought about how empowering it would be for my students if I trained them to collect stories from people in Puerto Rico who have survived the hurricane and the aftermath. We have teams that are going out into 9 communities across Puerto Rico, gathering stories firsthand, and they are the ones who are sharing them.
Yeah, come here. On the boxes right down there, there's a name on one of the boxes called Meals from the Heartland. Yeah.
Our team focuses on what was there before Hurricane Maria and what's not there. Did you get a picture of the water? Of the water bottle? Yeah, that's the thing. We try to individualize the catastrophes by each person, by each family. And I think photography showcases that better than any other way of writing.
Porque entonces, como éramos el único negocio abierto, la gente hacía fila por todos lados.
People always talk about climate change in terms of the future, but of all the issues that we're experiencing now, climate change is a historical one, and understanding how we got here is critical.
The Ironbound used to be Meadowlands, nature's buffer against like sea level rise and storms. But instead, Newark is 90% concrete. If it's a 10-minute rain or a summer rain, our sewer system can't handle it and it actually backs up into the street. Look at that. On the sides. What? Are you kidding me? What? I really, look at that. No. Ooh. Okay, is that exciting for those of you who are sleeping? Look at you, now you smiled, yeah? Finally.
There's water coming in the bus right now, everybody.
Yeah, there is. People think you need a hurricane to do this. We don't. We just need, a day full of rain. This is a problem, and not everyone lives this way, okay?
Environmental justice is all about looking at how African American, Latinx, Indigenous, and low-income earning communities face a disproportionate burden. It's also about learning from these communities the ways that they have adapted and resisted.
Es fácil identificar algo como injusto, pero es imposible definir la justicia como tal o el concepto de justicia, ¿verdad?
Vamos a tratar de obtener una definición propia de justicia ambiental con la que vamos a trabajar, ¿ok?
In Mexico City, we had an earthquake in September 2017. We are looking at the reconstruction process and how environmental justice has played a different role in different areas of the city.
Cuando estamos hablando de justicia ambiental, ¿de quiénes estamos hablando? ¿Quiénes están involucrados cuando pensamos en justicia ambiental?
People with low income have been forced to live in those areas at greater risk to earthquakes. So when the earthquake came, they were shattered and the help wasn't getting there. in order for us to integrate all of these dimensions of the problem. We have shifted from being less of a class and more of a workshop.
¿Para qué sirve la justicia ambiental? No solo para ir reponiendo, sino para prevenir precisamente estas catástrofes y que esto va generando una inclusión social.
It has been really important to give them some public policy analysis, so they have more tools to identify specific topics.
Oiga, don Toño, queremos preguntarle algunas cosas sobre el temblor.
Lo que influyó fue el sismo, pero de ahí nosotros creemos que otro factor muy importante es la extracción irracional del agua que existe en San Gregorio.
Thank you. So I think that just gives you a really good sense of what's actually happening on the ground in each of the communities that are working together on this. And I also wanted to give you a sense that each of these teams out of the process that you saw created their own multimedia portrait, their own history of environmental justice and its impact on the climate crisis in their area. But then along the way, they also were always engaging with each other virtually through an online platform that people were sort of sharing reflections of the issues that they were stumbling with along the way, and in person coming together finally at the launch of the project, where we compiled each of these histories into a internationally traveling. They came together and actually exhibition that featured each of their local stories that launched in Newark and is now traveling to all of the cities that created it with events and actions at each stop. The exhibition includes both these panels that you're seeing, but also oral histories and interactive maps and slideshows, and it's constantly being added to and developing. It also included virtual reality 360 videos that various communities created, where they chose a place that they wanted people to kind of visit that really exemplified these issues in their areas and offered them the opportunity, both on the web and in the exhibition, to really see these places firsthand. So these are the different ways that these communities have all collaborated to really make meaning out of their local histories and the ways that they relate to each other. So now I will turn it over to Kristen to talk about how this really manifested itself in the locality that she led in New Brunswick, New Jersey.
Thank you so much, Liz. So I worked with community partners called New Labor in New Brunswick, New Jersey, which is in the center of the state. And our community partners are an immigrant advocacy organization, workers' rights organization that advocates for labor policy that supports the rights of all workers, but especially immigrant workers and especially Latinx workers. And our interpretation of the ideas that came from the leadership at the Humanities Action Lab was to approach, as members of the university community, our community partner, New Labor, and ask them, what does environmental justice mean to you? What does climate change and climate justice mean to you? And what they told us was a series of stories about how our historical geography of our city being in the center of central Jersey, in the center of New Jersey, where you have historically canals and railroads and now highways, bringing people through this space has led to people coming to this space looking for work and drawing immigrant groups in particular. And so we conducted some research with New Labor to ask them a series of questions about what their work means and how it connects to ideas of environmental justice and climate change. And what they said and this is their mission statement for the project that I have up on the screen here. Essentially what they said is that climate justice is worker justice. There's often a sense that global climate change is something we talk about in scientific terms, and as Aaliyah and Liz mentioned, the HAL approach to exploring environmental justice issues as it relates to climate change was to move beyond the data and say, how does the human experience shape our understanding? How can storytelling and collaborative curation and research and knowledge building with communities and universities and organizations of all sorts help us build new ways of telling stories about the impacts of climate change? And so they looked specifically at workplaces and how climate change has affected the conditions in which workers are working. And so the approach of the project was to start with the contemporary problem in the present, and then look at the historical roots of that problem, looking back at the past, and then imagine what the future might look like if some of the solutions that the organizations are working on were able to be implemented and some improvements made. So in New Brunswick, many residents work in conditions that are exacerbated by extreme weather that is induced by climate change, often in permanently temporary positions for really low pay. Recent immigrants, many of whom in New Brunswick are undocumented, most of whom are from Mexico, mostly from Oaxaca, flock to places like New Brunswick, which are referred to as temp towns, which are places where temp agencies basically occupy every other storefront on the streets in the neighborhoods where the majority of the Latinx residents live, and hire with, as new labor members say, a nod and a wink, trying to find creative ways to steal wages from these workers, and are able to get away with inadequate training and unsafe practices that force laborers to work in really dangerous conditions, especially without heat in the winter and without air conditioning in the summer. OSHA does not require employers to mandate or to actually implement safe temperatures inside of workplaces. They only require them to create a generically safe working environment. And so this is something that is faced across warehouses, which we are a major shipping hub, which is a huge problem across several different industries, but especially for the employees who work there. The roots of this story go back to the 18th century, where our city, New Brunswick, became the hub city for tri-state area transportation and low-wage jobs, attracting large immigrant groups who were often unable to secure better-paying jobs due to xenophobia and a host of other reasons. In the 19th century, it was Irish-American canal builders. In the 20th century, it was Hungarian factory workers. And now in the 21st century, predominantly Latinx service workers. And employers have capitalized on language barriers and the ready availability of labor to exploit these workers for centuries at this point. And so the way our community partners have tried to band together as part of this translocal coalition that the Humanities Action Lab has put together, as well as other advocacy networks, to try to support, educate, and organize workers, operating initiatives like the Latino Occupational Safety and Health Initiative, and advocating for climate change protections in labor law specifically, not just a general kind of, Green New Deal policy, which would obviously affect a lot of these conditions as well, but specifically looking to protect workers right now, even in the absence of that larger structure. And so we conducted with our community partners a series of focus groups and oral history interviews, asking workers to share what it was like in the spaces where they were working when there's extreme heat waves or hurricanes and other extreme weather that is happening so much more frequently now as a result of climate change. And I have a clip from one of these oral histories here that I will go ahead and try to play.
En invierno es muy frío. No ahora es porque aún es frío, trabajan ahí. Y en el verano es muy caliente. Entonces, la calefacción y el aire acondicionado no funcionaba. No. ¿O no había? No había, ponen ventiladores, pero no es es demasiado caliente, no se aguanta. A veces el mismo ventilador da más calor.
Claro.
Sí, entonces, y así trabajan, así siguen trabajando, no han arreglado esa situación.
So she's saying that the room temperature was always an issue. Like in the winter it's too cold because there's no heat, and in the summer it's too hot because there's no AC. They usually put fans, but the fans sometimes just make it worse because it makes circulate the hot air. So
the stories who we heard from the workers who we spoke with New Labor told us about their working conditions that in ways that sounded not at all unlike the data and evidence that we have about the conditions in which the Irish hand dug the canal that you see in front of you, and people who constructed the railroads and these bridges that you see in this historical image of New Brunswick from the middle of the 1850s. And as New Labor shared their stories with us, we shared some of these stories with them, and we were able to build this kind of sense of historical solidarity by exploring this local context, this local story that helped us to deepen our understanding of how the history of labor and migration and our environment has shaped people's lives in this specific place. And so I'll just share a couple of images really briefly of what this place has looked like to explore the specifics of the region and how our residents have developed their own sensibilities about what it means to be from living in New Jersey as somebody who began their journey, perhaps in some cases with some of our members of New Labor, leaving Mexico and other places in Central America also as a response to the effects of climate change on farming practices and the availability of work in some of those areas, in addition to other factors, of course. So, one of the ways that we are seeing a tremendous amount of success in the work that New Labor and other organizations that HAL has partnered with working on environmental justice is with hyperlocal policy initiatives and state-based policy initiatives, which are our translocal network has allowed community members from New Jersey to learn from community members in Wisconsin and California and Puerto Rico and vice versa, right? That we are all able to kind of have a better understanding of what people are trying at that hyperlocal level to affect change related to environmental justice. And so through a series of campaigns associated with this motto of climate justice is worker justice, New Labor has been working toward a temp workers bill of rights and a domestic workers bill of rights, which are being proposed at both city and state levels as ways to intervene and mitigate some of the impacts of climate change and of environmental injustice. And through this traveling exhibition and the website, people have been invited to imagine what those changes might look like in their own communities as they interact with this material. So I'll now push it back over to Liz, who can share a little bit more about that. Thank you.
So as Kristen was talking about the deep partnership in her locality and what was emerging from that, there were similar partnerships in all of these communities that were working together. And one of the things that we learned and that we tried to follow through these partnerships was one of the basic core principles of environmental justice, and thinking about how to translate those into basically university partnership humanities projects, which these principles were never designed to oversee, but were really critical in everything. And I think you heard this in what Kristen was saying about, and key, we're sort of working together in solidarity and mutuality, letting people speak to themselves and being really conscious about just relationships and non-extractive partnerships. And this was, all went into the process and the exhibition, which opened in October 2018 and traveled to 2 or 3 of the cities that had created it before the pandemic sort of shut it all down. And the translocal sort of solidarity network was really able to be activated and sort of drawn upon during that moment when all of the histories that you just heard really sort of presaged and foreshadowed how the pandemic was going to play out and how the response to the pandemic was going to play out in each of these communities. Meaning that obviously the environmental inequalities translated into these dramatic health disparities and impact of the pandemic, but also the existing histories of organizing and mutual aid really informed and were brought to bear to build community resilience in the face of the pandemic. So the partnerships and both locally and translocally kind of provided an existing infrastructure to begin to share stories of local experiences that built a portrait of national inequality that was exacerbated by the pandemic. But one of the things that we've been really questioning and interrogating, and I think is a critical question in any kind of climate work, is what is the real power and efficacy of translocal partnerships? Is it about peer learning and exchanging methodologies or strategies? Is it about a basic sense building of solidarity that we are all, can draw strength from each other's efforts? Is it about leveraging sort of political legitimacy for our local efforts? And it's certainly different combinations of those in different localities, but we're constantly trying to really understand what we should be leaning into and what we should be supporting in each of these places. And now I will turn it back to Kristen.
Thank you so much, Liz. I'm going to just share my screen again for one quick moment to highlight one of the really amazing elements of the fact that this is a physical traveling exhibit as well as something that's being built onto digitally, that people are invited to weigh in on these environmental justice issues across the different communities that contributed to the exhibit. And so there's a real diversity of perspectives as well as specific geographical related challenges that different communities are facing. And so there are policy issues that people are being asked to explore, consider their own perspectives on, which might then influence the decision-making in which they engage, their voting habits, those things, as well as thinking about their own priorities for being able to implement something like the Green New Deal, and inviting community members to have these conversations alongside activists and scholars. And that invites people to really experience the space that they're inhabiting. One panel that you see here is called Sense Your Place, and we actually have a digital version of this on the website as well, on the exhibit climatesofinequality.org, and you can click on the Take Action tab and contribute your own discussion about what you have noticed, what you have smelled or heard or seen in your community that points to legacies of environmental injustice. And I will allow Liz to come back to that in a moment, but I wanted to just share one final thing, which is that the end result in, New Brunswick is hosting the exhibit right now, and the result of the events that we've been engaging in to promote these conversations has brought domestic workers, temp workers, construction workers, warehouse workers, truck drivers, all into space together to consider how their own lives and workplaces have been affected by climate change, and to really combat the idea that is something that we hear a lot, that certain communities just aren't politically active or just aren't interested in environmental issues. I think this project is really strong evidence of how much broad-based investment there is in collaborative participatory action around these issues. So I will mute myself again. Liz, if you wanted to mention the possibilities for contributing.
Yeah, so I wanted to make sure everybody listening knew that this is an evolving, iterative project where new communities are adding their stories all the time. And we have a lot of support and scaffolding for anybody who's interested in doing that. There's various ways that people can get involved if you would like to connect your community to this project. One is just to host some companion work around it. Together with that, you can of course host programming and events that are connecting with other partners and leaders that we have in our network. You can actually, using a whole variety of tools and resources that we have, you can create a whole new chapter, meaning a whole new section that's on your locality that will then be in your locality, but then also travel with the exhibit to other places and teach others about your own history and experience. And we have for the next year and a half or so, a program specially for minority serving institutions that have offer fellowships for both faculty and community organizations and students to work together to develop a chapter and a sort of way of working around their community, specifically for these kinds of institutions. So I hope that, I think our contact information is on the next slide. You can reach out to either of us or check out our websites and learn how you can get involved.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Liz and Kristen. And we move on to another spotlight session, the Central Arizona Project and the Taking of Navajo Resources with Dr. Andrew Curley. Andrew?
Yat she Andrew Curley in she Bilagana Nishle, Hanagani Basichin Bilagana Dashacheki Ani Dashanale. I am a member of the Navajo Nation. My name is Andrew Curley. I'm an assistant professor in the School of Geography, Development, and Environment at the University of Arizona. And it's a good event, or nice to be able to present virtually and through this pre-recorded setting at the American Geographical Society Geography 2050 towards a more equitable future. And I put the data sometime in the past because when you're watching this, I will be in the past tense. So very interesting temporal moment here. Just kidding. So anyway, the title of my presentation is The Central Arizona Project and the Taking of Navajo Resources. And the reason why I'm focusing on the Central Arizona Project is because this is like my new research. This is where my research is going, builds off of my previous work in the Navajo Nation on energy and energy development around coal within the reservation, and the coal mines that I have focused on have since closed. But what the Central Arizona Project does for me is it allows me to think more historically about an unequal society, an unequal place in the Southwest, especially around water access and development. And this has to do with indigenous nations, particularly the Navajo Nation in this case, and the rest of the state of Arizona as a settler colonial project. And so what I intend to show you in this presentation is how structural inequalities built into federal Indian policy, development approaches within Indian policy, and water resource development within the Southwest. So all of those things combined create the unequal inequality landscape that is a focus of this year's conference. So just to give you some theoretical language with which to understand this project, I look at the Central Arizona Project through the literature on infrastructures, and I'm coining this idea of infrastructures as a colonial beachhead, and it's kind of an awkward terminology and maybe not the best use of words, but it's this idea of infrastructures not only as creating inequality between two places, but in the case of indigenous nations, infrastructures creep across our reservations, they surround us, they choke our land claims, and funnel out our resources towards other projects. So, so the intent of this metaphor of a beachhead is to think about infrastructures as establishing a colonial claim within and around Indian nations, and then building on that, making new kinds of dispossession possible off of the initial claim. So, for example, when we're looking at the Navajo Nation, we're thinking about the history of westward expansion in the form of rail lines, rail expansion, rail development, which led to certain kinds of land claims, formalization of reservation boundaries that inform the legal background of water regimes that develop post the railroad in the state of Arizona, California, Nevada, Utah, and then those legal claims become basis of denying indigenous water claims. The way in which land is given a date, established through formalization of boundaries and territorialization in the form of reservation lines, and the establishment date of those reservation boundaries, which translates into water law in a certain way, especially when we're thinking about priority dates and who gets what kind of priority dates, who has access to the Colorado River and other kinds of water sources within the Southwest. So this is the stuff that we're looking at through infrastructure. So they not only create inequality, they actually create colonial the possibilities for colonialism to extend and to build off of each other, and they might not be the same infrastructures over time. So in the case of this example, which I'll show, is that we're talking about rail and urbanization in places like Phoenix and Tucson, which then leads to water infrastructure and coal and pipelines and transmission lines later on. So let's see, what's the next slide? We're also understanding this through the way time works, the way time is used and displaced with how we understand the work of these infrastructures. So Dr. Sarah Smith and I, Dr. Smith is at UNC Chapel Hill in the geography department, and we're collaborating on a couple of papers where we think about seeing time and seeing temporalities, and that's to think about this idea of the Anthropocene, Capitalocene, Plantationocene, and how they incorporate certain understandings of time with a directionality, with a teleology in some instances of like, this is where we're going. And therefore, these are kind of the solutions that are available. So for example, if we think about the Anthropocene, and then we think about how our climate change language and discourse is always future oriented, is always anticipating new technologies, the advancement of new technologies that don't exist but are foreseen to happen to be available in the future. That's how we're planning around this current climate crisis. That's how we're planning around water resources and water distribution. And this kind of future orientation of solutions ignores the existing inequalities within our social landscape. So ignores the colonial displacements that happened in the past. So, indigenous scholarship, people working in indigenous environments will show you that actually, all of our crises are not in the future. They're not things that are happening now or in the very near future with melting of glaciers or desertification or drought or any of these other kind of markers that are part of our climate change discourse. But in fact, many of our environmental crises go back 100 years or more to the establishment of land regimes, dispossession of land, displacement from homelands, the polluting of lakes, the damming of rivers, the flooding of fields. Like we've experienced, and this is building off the work of Potawatomi scholar Kyle White, kind of inspirational way of thinking about this problem. But what he writes is that we've experienced these kind of worst effects of environmental catastrophe, and they're not like in the near future, but in the past, and that those past colonial dispossessions are still law, they're still policy, they're still part of the way that the federal government and the state governments interact and deal with Indian tribes. And so that's something that we need to think about when we're thinking through how time, temporality works within our climate change and our scene narrative. So those are the things that actually influence the way we understand some of these crises happening today. And let me get into my example. Here's a map of the Navajo Nation in the colonial states of Arizona, New Mexico, parts of Utah, and with no reservation boundaries in Colorado. As you can see, these were denied to us, even though two of our important landmarks are found in southwestern Colorado. We have no reservation lands there. But this is to give you a sense of where the Navajo Nation is, how we conceptualize space, how we think about our reservation. And I kind of wanted to center our own geography of it, not, this common orientation, which is like, here it is within this colonial landscape, but actually this is our homeland, and this is how we understand our territory. And something that is important to note here is that within our reservation, we can see we're just crisscrossed with colonial demarcations, colonial lines. Even right here we have Utah, Colorado, New Mexico, and Arizona. And when we're talking about the diversion and the establishment and the claims of water rights, all of these become subject to these colonial jurisdictions, including water basins. So halfway through the reservation, we end up being between the upper basin and lower basin as well. And these are all colonial mappings. They're not things that we establish. When we've been living in this area for hundreds of years, this is not exactly like this, but this is where we were, and this is how we understood our space. And then all of these kind of maps oversected on top of our lands, and then consequently reduced the kind of political voice that we have within the federal state process. So we'll show you that in some more detail. To give you a little bit of context about some of the resource claims and resource grabs within Indian country, we have, this is a map that I was able to just use from the Energy Information Agency webpage to show how resources within the United States are often found within and around Indian lands. And so the purple spaces are reservation lands, and in this case, these are where coal mines and where coal reserves and power plants are located. And where I did my research on coal was here. It's hard to see because of the way that the purple and the gray kind of are not so distinguishable from each other as colors, but that's the former Kayenta mine and Black Mesa mine. And this triangle within a black circle was the Navajo Generating Station, which was demolished earlier this year. And this whole coal economy, as I'll show in the rest of the presentation, was built in order to create power for a a water pipeline that services Phoenix and Tucson. And so this will show you the inequality between the state of Arizona and tribes, and how our water rights are put off for the benefit of Phoenix and Tucson. And just for another example, this is where oil and natural gas are found, and then also where pipeline networks are being built. And you may have heard a lot about environmental contestation about some of the expansion of some of these indigenous opposition to some of these pipelines. Like this right here is the Dakota Access Pipeline going north of the Standing Rock Sioux Tribe reservation, which is this purple area here, and then we have Line 3 in Minnesota. I don't think it's represented on this graph, but I think it follows much of the existing infrastructure here. So that's been in the news a lot, and that's just to give you a sense of where this oil is being transported and how it's intersecting within Indian lands. And as you can see, we have existing pipeline infrastructure in the reservation, and all of this kind of drains out into the Gulf of Mexico with where some of these notoriously evil companies are located, like in Houston. So anyway, so the construction of a dystopic Arizona, this is when I wanted to go back and build off of Kyle White's work and others, that I mentioned earlier, about how we understand dystopia and climate change, and how we're thinking about some of these crises. And one of the things that happened, especially in the early or the mid 20th century, was a lot of state planning around the development of large infrastructure projects that were servicing new and expanding communities in the western states, what some of these cities called the Sun Belt, including Phoenix and Tucson and Las Vegas and Denver. New arms industry moved into these places, military bases, other kinds of businesses. So there was a new kind of development imperative and a new kind of planning that was at work. And part of the need for these cities to expand was water, also like preventing new kinds of flooding, or old kinds of flooding, I should say, the way that preventing the natural movement of rivers, how rivers tend to change course over years. There's floodplains around rivers that are known. And all of these things had to be engineered to be predictable and to be at service of settler colonial communities, new communities that didn't exist before much of the 20th century, including places like Page, Arizona, which was built around the construction of a dam, and a community, that now has water rights to the Colorado River, while the Navajo Nation still to this day doesn't have water rights to the Colorado River. So that gives you an example of how these colonial communities are getting first priority for natural resources, and while indigenous nations are paying the cost. So we have, what are these images? We have the signing of the Pick-Sloan Act, which flooded thousands of acres of Indian land, grazing lands, agricultural lands, in order to create hydroelectric power along the Missouri River, and also to prevent flooding in places like Omaha, and to benefit institutions like the Army Corps of Engineers, who were part of, who benefited from building the construction contracts that went into to building these dams and diversions. And so that's the black and white images that you see on the right hand side are images from that time. It's 1944, 1945 era. And then on the left is a map that I found in the archives at the University of Arizona, where I'm at. These were from the papers of the former Secretary of Interior, Stuart Udall. And here he has a map of all the major drainage areas in the Western United States. And in this particular file, what he's doing at this time, this was in the early 60s, is he's thinking about these like interlocking waterways and where he can move water across much of the West. And as you can see, the Colorado Basin and the Columbia Basin are adjacent. We don't always think about these rivers as being near each other, but in this map, in the way that the water is presented here, they're adjacent. And what one of the schemes that Udall had at the time was to create this this network of pipelines and canals to bring water from the Columbia Basin into the Colorado Basin in order to offset some of the water needs in the drier parts of the colonial United States. And so this was in service of places like Arizona, California, Southern California, and using some of the waters from the Pacific Northwest and to bring them into the South. It was like this really crazy environmental engineering project that was this high modernist ideal behind it, and with this hubris of being able to transform nature around human need, and in this case, human stands for white needs, white community needs. And so this is something that was like part of the thinking and the process of development in the mid part of the 20th century, in this case, the early 1960s, and with little thought or concern about how this might impact indigenous nations, indigenous tribes who didn't have water claims, whose rights to these waters were not recognized, but the rights to these waters divided among the various states, and especially in the Southwest in the Colorado Compact, which I'll explain in a second. So here's another example of some of this mapping and how this environmental engineering was being thought of at the time. And this is from that same archive. So eventually what Udall does is, that this basin project failed because of the political problems that are presented, especially between the states. The states didn't want to share a lot of this information, so that's why they weren't able to do that. But in as my father-in-law, so sorry for the interruption. So this is what happens when you present from home. But so what we have here is a project to move water from. Can I pause for a second? Sorry.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. Okay, I need to restart the slide. So if you can re-edit this.
Yeah, we can totally do that. No worries.
Yeah. I didn't. He was sleeping, and then came in, and then he was kind of staring at me while I was presenting for the last 2 minutes. So it was a little bit awkward. Okay, I'm going to start again in 4 seconds. Okay, so when we're moving from the board report, when we're moving from the projects that were proposed for this interbasin transfer of water, at the same time, Arizona and other states wanted to develop their water resource, the water claims to the Colorado River. And one of the major projects at that time, one of the long-standing projects that the state of Arizona wanted to accomplish was the Central Arizona Project. It's a pipeline that takes water from the Colorado River and moves it in the opposite direction in which it flows toward Phoenix, going eastward, and then into Tucson as a regular supply of water, because these expanding communities were using up a lot of their groundwater. They were relying on groundwater, and those resources were fast depleting. Now, at the same time, like I said, Navajo water rights and other Indian water rights were not recognized. They were not formalized along the Colorado River according to water law. And the water law is a Colorado Compact. It's an agreement between the 7 Colorado Basin states, between them, about who gets how much water. And since then, all of tribal Indian water claims have gone through the framework of the Colorado Compact. So any kind of water that's being given to tribes in the form of an Indian water settlement is coming out of whatever number of acre feet a year that state has in its budget, in its water budget. So the Navajo Nation, if it's taking water out of the lower basin, that's coming out of Arizona's claim. So all of these states still have the total claim. Between the 7 of them, they have the total amount of water for the Colorado River. And then they just allow the tribes within their jurisdictions, within their territorial claims, some access to water, but they have first priority over tribes. They are the ones that have the political weight over tribes in these cases. And so this is already setting up an unequal landscape with access to water. So what happens is in 1967, because of the politics between the state of California, Colorado, and Arizona, the proposed Central Arizona project is being built instead of this large interlocking water canal between the Columbia Basin and the Colorado River Basin, and also this pipe is being built in order to service Arizona communities and realize Arizona's lower basin water rights, but it needs the support of the states of California and Utah and others in order to get this through Congress, in order for Congress to pass money to fund this project. And part of the opposition was a couple of proposed dams around the Colorado, around the Grand Canyon, that would serve as a source of power for this movement of water going from west to east in kind of the opposite direction, and from the way that the Colorado River flows. You have to move that water, physically move that water over a lot of landscape, going up elevation before it descends into the Salt River Valley. So you need energy to pump that water up, and the energy source was thought to be these power plants, these hydroelectric plants around the Grand Canyon, but environmental groups like the Sierra Club and others opposed it because of the way that environmentalism understood landscapes at that time, and the naturalness and the preservation of places, and not even thinking about kind of the social costs for marginalized groups like the Navajo Nation and other tribes in the Grand Canyon, tribes around the Grand Canyon, and other people in the state. And so that's, the opposition was based solely on an aesthetic of the canyon. And so what was proposed in lieu of these dams was a coal-fired power plant, what became the Navajo Generating Station. And this is the first time that this power plant enters a conversation in this report that I found in Stuart Udall's papers. And this is, you can see right here, the thermal power plant location proposed. So what I'm getting at is, like, these infrastructures are working together. They're working together, and one is, giving the Navajo Nation opportunity to develop its coal resources, to get jobs and whatever revenues from the coal in the form of a new coal economy, while at the same time, destroying much of the landscape through strip mining, and also creating new kinds of health hazards by coal dust and other kinds of coal ash, coal that's burned and then removed from the power plant, and then those kinds of air, things can get in the air and affect communities around. So that, we have multiple sources of pollution now, on top of the emissions that are coming out of the smokestack. So all of these things are new kinds of hazards, and the hazards are assumed by the Diné people, the Navajo people, while the benefits of these projects are going towards Phoenix and Tucson. At the same time, this project also offset Navajo claims to the Colorado River. So in order for certain Congress people, in this case Wayne Aspinall, who was a Colorado congressperson and head of the Congressional Insular Committee in Congress, which is a committee that no longer exists but was powerful at that time in moving a legislation forward. He put a provision within a demand, actually, within the lease that the Navajo Nation sets aside 3,400 acre feet of water a year, which is more than the Navajo Generating Station needs, as a form of operations, but really, you know, what is being done is that water is being set aside in order that the state of Arizona doesn't overdevelop and overuse its water, and that there's still enough water left for upper basin users. So it was a way to balance off the needs of the state of Colorado, Utah, Wyoming, upper basin users against lower basin users, California, Nevada, in this case, Arizona, and with the Navajo Nation picking up the tab, paying the costs in the form of their water rights. So the lease was signed in 1969. This was first, you know, these projects were being developed in 67, but the lease was signed 69. And in that lease, you know, the 3,400 acre feet a year of Colorado River water, 1 acre foot is like 3,000 gallons, just to give you a sense of how much water we're talking about. All of that water was set aside for 50 years. And 50 years, the Navajo Nation couldn't touch that water, so long as that power plant's operating. So we were forfeiting our claims to water for 50 years in order to have this power plant, which was ultimately serving the water interests of the state of Arizona and had some benefit for the Navajo Nation, but proportionally had much more benefit for the state of Arizona. So that gives you a sense of how these unequal landscapes, you know, manifest, and how inequality reproduces itself between tribes and settler colonial communities, you know, with the way that the federal power gives states certain kinds of authorities that tribes don't have, you know, through racist laws like the doctrine of discovery, domestic dependent ideas between the tribes and the federal government that go back to the 1830s. And these laws are still in place today, and that's why tribal interests become subordinate within US federalism. And so these are the important things to understand when we're talking about inequality across the United States. Here are some pictures of the development of this project in the 1970s. So these leases were signed in the 60s, and then in the 70s, you start to see all of the equipment moved in, a lot of the landscape starts changing. People start seeing the mines open and develop. And here you can see actually a field trip of Dene Navajo students going to the site, to a Black Mesa, where these large cranes that were stripping the landscape in order to get at the coal just beneath the surface, you know, were in operation. So these are the way that this kind of information was presented to the Navajo public at the time. And here's a report that came out of the Washington Post in 1969 by the late reporter William Greider. You can see his byline at the top, where he actually interviewed some people who were working in the Department of Interior and learned about this offset of 3,400 acre feet a year in order to serve the needs of upper basin users. And there's more detail in the slide, but that's basically the meaning of this article and what it's doing within this larger narrative. Like I said, the division of the basin, of the Colorado Basin, goes right through the Navajo Nation. You know, I showed you that map at the beginning of the presentation, and here's how that division is understood. These are not natural divisions. These are not like things where it's like, oh, here's naturally how water flows within these areas, even though it kind of has, because of the lines are not straight like the state lines. You know, it looks like it's reflecting some sort of natural landscape, but actually these are political lines. There's a political division of the river between the upper basin states and the lower basin states, right through the middle of the Navajo Nation, in order to divide it in half and make sure that each of these states get some part of the Colorado River, regardless of whether or not Indian nations ever get access to these things. And then Mexico is also kind of an afterthought in the dividing and conquering of the river. What I am showing you in the right panel are actually in Dene people, Navajo people, protesting some of this. You know, these were pictures I took in 2012 during a proposed water settlement. So the water settlement in this case was for some access to the Little Colorado River, which is in the lower basin, which is a tributary of the Colorado River. So it's not for the Colorado River, but a tributary of the Colorado River. It's a settlement between the state of Arizona, the Navajo Nation, the Hopi tribe, I'm using their official name, and it was, for whatever water reaches the reservation after existing dams and diversions are taken into account upstream, dams and diversion that were done in colonial times before there was even a water code for the state and without any consent from any of the indigenous nations there. So we're basically agreeing to the theft of water rights in order to just get a guarantee for whatever reaches the reservation from the Little Colorado River. So it starts up here in the White Mountains and then it moves southwest toward the Colorado River, and the reservation is about here. So a lot of the diversions and damming happens up here, and then whatever's left we can have access to over here. And a lot of these people were thinking that was an unfair agreement, an unfair settlement. The other part of the settlement people objected to was at this time in 2012, Arizona was also requiring that the Navajo Nation renew the lease for that Navajo generating station by another 25 years. So we get a little bit of water here. We also have to renew this lease, which offsets our water claims for another 25 years, which would be 75 years in total for water to the Colorado River. And some of the benefits that we get, guaranteed water, it just basically means that they guarantee they won't even thieve the water anymore than they already have from now until forever. So, those are the kinds of agreements that Indian nations face to this day. This is 2012, less than 10 years ago, and we're talking about this kind of resource theft on totally unequal terms between the tribes and the state. So it just gives you a sense of what's going on out there. And so sometimes we think about these colonial problems as a past tense thing, and these are ongoing problems that we're facing, and the root of the problem goes back to 1969 to 1832. These are things that are in the past. So when we're talking about environmental crises as Indian tribes, we're talking about past events and contemporary and ongoing displacement. So here's an example of this. Some of the costs when the coal economy finally closed in 2019. Now, this was not something that was foreseen in 2012, but in 2019, by that time, the owner of the power plant was thinking that they didn't want to continue with the lease for another 25 years because they could find cheaper energy elsewhere. So they were like, okay, well, we did renew this lease with you, but we decide we're not going to uphold our end of the bargain. And so we're actually going to close this power plant. And so what ended up happening was we were notified late. We basically had this stopgap measure to extend the lease for just a couple more years so that we can get a few more years of revenue, so we can do some planning around the sudden collapse in our tribal budget from coal revenues. Many people lost their jobs or were transferred. People who were working at the mine site now are unemployed or retired. We still have no claims to the 3,400 acre feet of water. That's still ongoing within the courts, within the state court of Arizona. There's no proposed settlement that's being discussed right now, at least that I know of. And it might be behind closed doors, but it's not really an open conversation. And we're left with all the environmental costs, right? The mine site is under repair. There has to be left in fallow for 10 years without anybody being able to use that land or access it, and might be permanently contaminated from the toxicity of unearthing all that coal, and then having that again on top of the surface and near the surface. So you can't do things, for example, like graze your sheep there without the risk of the sheep becoming contaminated through their eating of certain kinds of foods and grass on those lands. So there's a lot of costs, and who's paying the costs? It's the Dene Nation, it's the Navajo Nation. Who's benefiting? It's the state of Arizona. When they closed the coal economy that was built around the movement of CAP didn't shut down. They just found a new energy source. CAP to this day is the largest energy consumer in the state of Arizona. CAP has just saved money that it passes on to consumers. At least that's the justification they give us when they close the power plant. And that's something that that saving is realized by people in places like Phoenix and Tucson, and not the Navajo Nation. So we pay the costs. The settler colonial communities realize the benefits. There's inequality in a nutshell. I mean, there's a lot of complicated moving parts here, but I tried my best in this presentation to summarize a lot of these details in a way that to my hope makes some kind of sense to y'all. So yeah, just to leave you with some concluding thoughts, this multiple overlapping and current dystopias are lost on most commentaries on climate change, on our environmental crises, on just the way we fundamentally understand ideas of inequality. I think in some ways, it's not just inequality, it's colonialism. I think it's something we have to remember. And so in order to decolonize these big terms like the Anthropocene, like climate change, like our environmental crisis, we need to pay more attention to the history of colonialism and how that continues to perpetuate itself on Indian people and on Indian lands. So if you want more detail about some of the things that I talked about here, we have the citation that I'm putting here. I also have a paper that was recently published in Environment and Planning D about the Central Arizona Project that provides you that history in more detail. So thank you very much for your attention if you made it this far through my recorded presentation. And I appreciate you listening to these remarks. Have a good day. Enjoy your virtual conference.
Thank you, Andrew. And now to lead our next panel discussion, Mr. Tyler Radford will focus on equitable maps and stronger communities, the power of open mapping to level the healthcare playing field. Tyler?
Welcome all, and thank you so much for joining us at Geography 2050's Fall Symposium for Equitable Maps and Stronger Communities, the power of open mapping to level the healthcare playing field. We have a great panel ahead of us today, so you're here for talking about and hearing about how leading global humanitarian organizations leverage OpenStreetMap and other open source mapping tools to ensure equitable representation of vulnerable populations on the world map and strengthen communities' access to quality healthcare. We're going to be talking through some tough topics today, looking at things like data equity, health equity, citizen-generated data. We have three fantastic panelists with us today. So introducing myself, I'm Tyler Radford. I'm Executive Director of Humanitarian OpenStreetMap team. We also have with us Audrey Lessard, GIS Center Head of Services for MSF. We have Lamine Njai, OpenStreetMap cartographic consultant and founder of OpenStreetMap Senegal. And last but not least, Diego Gonzalez Ferrero, data lead and Unite Maps product manager at the UN Global Service Center in Brindisi, Italy. So we'll start today with hearing from each panelist for about 5 minutes. I'll begin telling you a little bit more about the open mapping movement and how all of our panelists today are involved in that movement through different avenues, representing NGOs, international organizations, and OpenStreetMap communities themselves. So let's jump into things. Great. Talking a little bit about the open mapping movement and humanitarian OpenStreetMap team. HOT is an international NGO dedicated to humanitarian action and community development through open mapping. Our vision of the world and what we're working towards is a world in which everyone is counted, map data is accessible and used in decisions that save and improve lives, and everyone can engage and contribute to the map. However, with that being said, we have some work to do to get there. We, according to analysis conducted by HOT, we believe that 1 billion people live in places that still, in 2021, are not very well mapped on the world's map in OpenStreetMap. And you can see those represented by the lighter shades of yellow on this map. So what's our vision and what we're working towards? Over the next 5 years, HOT is working to scale up support to the open mapping movement, supporting local mapping communities across 94 countries. Through this process, we're aiming to mobilize 1 million people and mapping an area home to 1 billion, adding critical data in places of high risk of disaster or places that are experiencing multidimensional poverty, and then supporting partners to use that data in ways that directly impact people's lives. So our panelists today, and we can go to the next slide, please. Our panelists today are going to be talking about a really challenging issue. So how to connect what we see on the left here, which is a mapper, somebody who's contributing data to the map, to actually delivering changes in people's lives. And the photo on the right is from one of our partners in Cusco, Peru, the GAL School, who's using maps and map data to inform and actually plan for things like oxygen delivery related to the COVID-19 pandemic. So this is the challenge we're going to be focusing on today. How can maps, how can open geospatial data contribute to more equitable health outcomes? And with that, we'll now hear a few minutes from each of our panelists, just a little bit about what each organization does and what each organization is contributing as part of the open mapping movement. So Audrey, happy to turn it over to you to hear a little bit about how this is working at MSF.
Thank you, Tyler. So perhaps we can move into the next slide already. So whom is Doctors Without Borders? So we're an international independent medical humanitarian organization with values of independence, neutrality, and impartiality. We go into places where others aren't going, and we try to provide health services to people not having access to them in different contexts. We have 65,000 employees over 70 different countries that are working with us today. And we're largely supported by private donors with both a vocation to speak out about what we're seeing in the different contexts where we are, on top of our primary mission of healthcare. Now, what is GIS at MSF? So GIS is there to support our operation by giving them access to maps and data visualization to better understand both the context of where we're working and also monitor our activities, in some cases even pilot some of our activities, and also use the maps to report and communicate on both on our activities and what's going on in the countries where we work. So use them also in terms of advocacy. Here I've shown on the map a fairly recent example during the Tigray crisis. So MSF was providing support in the camps that were on the Sudan sides in terms of medical consultation. And our GIS specialist there was providing maps, both from data from open source data and also data collected directly in the field to provide detailed maps of the camp to help our decision makers to decide to better implement our response there. So next. So I also wanted to put a slide in terms of why do we need external and, of course, external and open data. So our teams are often deployed in the field for short mission in very remote regions, where still today, as Tyler pointed it out in his presentation, the data available is very scarce. We need to rely on both geospatial data and open community-based, non-sensitive geospatial data to be able to map the zones where we work for our teams. Because our goal as the GIS providers within MSF is to use different sources of external data and add on top of it the MSF operational data to really help our operation better navigate in the field and better understand the impact of their activities. So here you have an example of the Cyclone Idai, where indeed the OpenStreetMap teams, and different open source initiatives really mapped out the zone that was impacted by the cyclone. And then us on the MSF side, we imported those data, and on top of that data, we planned our WATSAN activities. For example, here on the map, you see the different water sources points and whether they were functioning or non-functioning, and also the number of cases that we were seeing in terms of cholera, which was a big risk at that point during that crisis. So that's all I wanted to share with you as a start, just to set the scene.
Audrey, thanks so much. And it's really interesting to see the really practical example from Mozambique there. So thanks for sharing. Lamine, we're going to go to you to hear a little bit more about how this is working in Senegal.
Hello everyone, my name is Mohamed Lamine, and I'm one member of Equitable of Senegal, and I work with Mark and Healthside since 2019 to involve all health infrastructure in Senegal at this platform. Equitable of Senegal is a community. It exists since 2012 with a vision of the humanitarian post-map team, and he is activated on digital mapping of territory in order to help decision making in localities for fight against disparity in terms of access to quality geographic data. We work in partnership with public, private, and non-governmental organizations and local authorities in order to help them in their effort to collect, update, and analyze data for efficient decision making for the population. The community is composed mostly of students, but also of professionals who are passionate about mapping and share the vision of the OpenStreetMap project. The activities of community are, among others, the advocacy to the authorities on the benefit of collaborative mapping OpenStreetMap, training in the use of tools, the production of data at the platform, and the organization of Mapathon during activation in time of crisis. During COVID-19, we work with Healthside to involve all health emergency in Senegal. This Healthside is a strongly baseline health facility data with OpenStreetMap. And with Mark, we work since 2019 to this project. Accurate and opening baseline health facility data that live in OpenStreetMap. This work is to support collaborative between National Health Agency and volunteer communities and connect multi-data streams to build higher quality data support human-centered design to drive the development of the data. And now you have some user story because the epidemic preparedness, accurate health care, and to support the immunization programs, health facilities planning, to support for disease response, maternity care, and support for social entrepreneurs. Donc, has a pregnant mom preparing for birth, he would like to visit facilities with an ultrasound, just so I can give my baby the best care possible. It is a user story for Maria. She is a mom and he needs facilities health who have ultrasound. During COVID-19, we have a project with Mark, and the grant is from humanitarian opportunity map team during pandemics, and we work to mapping all emergency health service in Senegal. This project is leading by Healthside and OpenStreetMap community and Kato ONG. The beginning of this project is a pilot phase at 2019 in Saint Louis, and he updating the emergency health service available. Okay. This is the first stage of this mission, and we have meeting with Dr. Ndiaye, the head of medical region, to present the approach and obtain this approval to collect data and to update the database into OpenStreetMap and Healthside. We have some statistic. You have 10 numerator mobilized 10 numerator have mobilized by the community to collect 104 establishments in 3 days, and 41 private, 58 publics and 3 community, 1 ONG and 1 communism. When capped upon all times, and also you have 24 not healthcare accessibility, and 4 in solar electricity. This is some visualization after this work are doing. Donc you have bed statistics in before and after collect. Now, before this collect, you have some data in Sandy, but after the collect, you have many information for bed capacities on facilities health. And after, in collaboration with Heidelberg Institute, we have the isochrone to calculate the travel time estimated, giving a certain amount of travel, car, bicycle, and food. How long do we need to search a certain place? Because we are to place makeshift health facilities to effectively serve large number of people, and he helped population to have facility access at these facilities health. This is an animation, and this is the last of my presentation. You can just visualize the video, and thanks for your patience.
Whether we are dealing with global pandemics, local disease outbreaks, or day-to-day health needs, we need good data to make a difference. Healthsites is building a baseline of health facility data with OpenStreetMap. Find out how you can participate. Maria needs an ultrasound scan. She needs to know where she can get one in her area. When MSF responds to a disaster, they need to know where to send their resources. Health Sites is a global initiative to build a baseline of health facility data with OpenStreetMap. Health Sites facilitates contributions from volunteers from around the world to improve health facility data in hard-to-reach places. Local mappers, including nurses, doctors, and stakeholders in the health cluster, help us geolocate health facilities and list services available, all on OpenStreetMap. The availability of this data enables humanitarian organizations and the medical community at large to build upon this information and help keep it up to date. Health Sites launched in support of the Ebola outbreak in 2014 and partners with leading organizations in the field to improve baseline health facility data. Data which helps these organizations prevent, predict, and respond to disease outbreaks. It also allows governments to update their often out-of-date health facility data, which in turn helps them with their health capacity planning. And it helps individuals access healthcare when they need it, saving time and lives in the process. Get involved. Become a mapper in your community. Share existing data or support Health Sites financially. Your donation will fund on-the-ground mappers that will get the job done, providing critical information where it is needed most.
Okay, great. Lamine, thank you so much. It's really interesting to see some of the specific use cases that you're thinking about in using Health Sites for in Senegal, so appreciate that. Okay, Diego, we're going to go to you to hear about the United Nations involvement in open mapping.
Okay, thank you very much, Tyler, and thank you to the organizers for having me. So I work at the United Nations Global Service Center, in which we provide support to several peacekeeping and political missions across the globe. And specifically in my case, we do provide support in terms of geospatial activities, tools, and services. Go ahead, please. Okay, so normally in the UN, we are constantly using location-based services, but unfortunately we cannot use internally for our applications, we cannot use the commercial providers for several reasons. The first one is because there is a lack of data in the areas of interest where we are working on. Also, it's difficult to put together different data sources. And at the same time, and this is one of the most important reasons, we need, as you can imagine in the UN, we need to be very cautious in terms of diplomatic and political sensitivity, especially when it comes to international boundaries and spelling of towns and villages and capitals. That's why we need a system, an internal system, to put all those different data sources together and fetch the data either from the open source, like for example in OpenStreetMap, or internally. Please. So luckily, this is what I will be presenting today. We have an alternative to the commercial providers. And as you can see here, we have created in my office different features or components. We call it Unite Maps. And as you can see here, we have from the different street level mapping to operational data. We identify daily activities carried out by the UN, or also different background maps, like for example, satellite imagery or different flavors of maps. And last but not least, also we are providing 3D view with terrain data. Please. The important thing about Unite Maps and these services that we are providing is that really is a foundational solution, a foundational system for several different UN applications that are used across the different organizations. And those applications are tackling different topics, from health, obviously, to environment, to human rights, to security, etc. But what we are doing here is to put the geospatial component and the geo-enablement of these applications to the core, to the center of those solutions. Please. And as I mentioned, this is called Unite Maps. And those are the different components that we are providing. 3 base maps, a street map, an image map, and a terrain map. We have a 3D solution as well. We do have operational data that is coming directly from our colleagues in the field related to their daily operations. And we also provide the direction and search functionality to know exactly the best way to go from point A to point B, and to find and discover the exact location of certain UN camps or specific points of interest that otherwise would not be available in the commercial providers. Last, there is one application that we've called Maps on Demand, in which we are providing a self-serving application to create and empower users to create their own maps. And you can be thinking, okay, how do you do all this with a small team based in the south of Italy, in Brindisi? Well, we obviously leverage open data, and we are fully immersed in OpenStreetMap. But this is not enough. We are building up, establishing a community around OpenStreetMap that we have called UN Mappers, in order to update and edit topographic data that it will be used across the different UN missions in support of the peace building and the humanitarian activities. Please. And this is just a couple of examples of areas, in this case is in Somalia. And basically what I want to show you here is that we are really bringing all these maps and data back to life, comparing, in this case, the commercial providers with OpenStreetMap data. Please, this is in Somalia, this is in Central African Republic, in Bambari. Please. This is in Nyoka, in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And this is another one in Mali, around Kidal, in which you can see that we are working on building the land cover, land use, working on the roads, buildings, all the infrastructure, and everything, putting it to the community. Please. And the last one here is in South Sudan, around Renk, and it's basically the same thing. Really bringing together the community and the internal capability that we have at the UN to bring back to life all these areas with new data that is available for everyone, and specifically also for the UN components. Please. And as you can see here in this short video, we are making the data grow. We are at the moment supporting the mapping in 5 different missions in sub-Saharan Africa. We have created a grid, and we have already mapped more than 340 of those cells over the last 3 years. So the progress is really impressive. Go ahead. And these are just a few figures. In the UN Mappers community, we are bringing contributors. So far, more than 1,750 contributors. We have trained, we are doing training sessions for more than 190 people who've been helping us collecting data on OpenStreetMap. And as you can see on those graphs, we are working on adding new buildings, in this case, more than 140,000 buildings added over the last 3 years, 290,000 kilometers of roads, like going around the globe in 15 times, or 110,000 kilometers of rivers, so like 17 times the length of the River Nile, and 160,000 square kilometers of land cover and land use mapped, which is roughly the equivalent to half the country of Italy. Next. This is just the last slide. We want to showcase the work that we've done also with the community in OpenStreetMap, crowdsourcing data, specifically buildings in Mogadishu. In just a few weeks, calling for action to the different UN mappers, we collected data for 50,000 buildings, basically putting lots of families on the map. So the next one. So thank you very much. We want to say mapping the world, supporting peace and serving humanity in Unite Maps, and welcome to UN Mappers. Thank you very much.
Diego, thank you very much. And I'll say, as a former UN staff member as well, I'm really pleased and happy to see the UN working in the open in this way. And it really shows the power of the citizen contributors in what can be achieved through that. So appreciate that. Great. So now we'll move into some questions and answers for each of you. And Audrey, I think I'll start with you. Your organization is very directly delivering health services or enabling the delivery of health services. I'm curious if you could talk to us a little bit about the connection between maps and healthcare delivery. And maybe just tell us about a specific example you have, something that you've been most proud of in terms of supporting.
So one of the support that we're doing for really related to epidemic is, of course, mapping out how is the evolution of an epidemic, and we need good background data for it. So what we usually do is we work together in tandem with epidemiologists to have them provide the information about the number of people being sick, or even the number of so we call them the number of cases, the rate attack, so different data related to the epidemic, and we relate them to the origin of the cases, where the patients are coming from. So it helps the epidemiologist getting an overview of where the epidemic started and how it's growing. I think we've all seen quite a few maps over the last couple of years related to COVID, but we're also doing that kind of maps for more local crises.
Audrey, thanks. Going back to the topic of our panel and the title of our panel today, we have the word equitable right next to the word maps. So I'm curious to hear everybody's take on that. We often, I think the general public often sees maps and thinks maps are not telling a story, they're displaying a set of facts or a set of realities. And sometimes that's not always the case. Diego, maybe I'll start with you to just get your take on that. What is the connection between maps and equity, and how can a map be equitable or not equitable?
I think the access to geospatial data and maps in general it should be like a basic right, because as you said, is providing facts. And if we are not putting people on the maps, they are out of the picture, out of the planning process, and out of the development of their activities. Specifically, what we are trying to do with Unite Maps and the UN Mappers community is to bring those data and those maps back to the local communities. We are trying to engage with our counterparts and our colleagues in the UN in the different field missions and with the local communities. And this is something key to bring them on board and to engage so that they can build up their own maps, their own data, to make data fair, not only for the developed communities, but also for the developing countries.
Representativeness and making data fair. Thanks, Diego. Audrey, I want to go to you next. What does equitable and maps mean to you, or what is an equitable map?
No, I think I really go in the same line as Diego, meaning that we're trying to reach the population that are left out and that do not have access to healthcare. So not having them on the map makes it sometimes really difficult to reach out to them. And I'm thinking specifically, for example, one of the late Ebola crises, not the major one in Eastern Congo that lasted for 2 years, but just before that, there was a smaller outbreak in the Equator region. And we knew that the cases were coming from small villages hidden in the forest. And so our teams had to go into motorbike and even walking to find those villages. And so having the maps really helped them to make sure that we weren't forgetting about anyone.
Audrey, thanks. Lamine, can you tell us a little bit about how this is working in Senegal? Maybe give us an example of how you're seeing maps actually being used to address health disparities. Lamine, can you check your microphone?
Okay, thank you, Tyler, for your questions. And I said before COVID-19, to show the limit that state structure with our developing country have without the support of the mapping community to effectively meet the needs in terms of quality geographic data in record times, to alleviate the content the population in terms of reliable and timely information on the extent of the territory, but also that to show that the population themselves have deficit of information on the provision of services at the level of health structure. With the community mapping, our politics authorities have been able to register the need according to the demand at the shortcoming observed, but ITERN has considerably increased the quality of services in health structure. Okay.
Great, Lamine, thank you for that. I wanted to talk a little bit about the current COVID pandemic and the connection to maps, and all of you touched on this a little bit. And Lamine, you've been doing some work in Senegal around the COVID pandemic. I wanted to go to actually a quote from Bill Gates ahead of the UN General Assembly last month. He was referring to the fact that through the first half of 2021, only 1% of COVID vaccines have been administered in low-income countries. His quote was that we face the very real risk that in the future, wealthy countries and communities will begin treating COVID-19 as yet another disease of poverty. We can't put the pandemic behind us until everyone, regardless of where they live, has access to vaccines. I'm going to go, Lamine, do you want to comment first, and then I'll go to you, Audrey, on what is the connection between maps and immunizations, or maps and vaccinations?
Okay. I give the example of the work we're doing to the emergency operator center. Since COVID-19, we work to involve all facilities in Operation Health, and the work helped very well authorities and Ministry of Health to prepare the campaign of vaccination and to orient all people about the emplacement of health facilities and everybody can go to take vaccination at this center.
Lamine, thanks. Audrey.
You asked a very wide question there. So I would say we've been for long also under the logistic department here. So having a vaccination campaign is a huge logistic to put everything into place, to make sure that the vaccine reach at the right place, that they remain cold to the whole way through, and that you have your vaccination sites being close enough to the people that you do want to reach out to. And when you want to do a countrywide vaccination campaign, the implications are huge. I mean, even in high-level countries, it took quite a while for the countries to get them running. So I guess having really, and I think we have not been involved directly into them, but I think there's been a really nice initiative cross-organization to support on the mapping side to give this, to help the Ministry of Health and different organizations to organize and set up vaccination campaigns and help out on the logistics of it.
Audrey, thanks. Indeed, yeah, up until now, I think we've been facing really heavy supply issues in terms of vaccines, and going forward, my sense is we're just kind of at that precipice of actually using data to inform logistics and inform delivery, but I'm hopeful we're getting there. Diego, I wanted to go to you. In terms of the UN peacekeeping missions, can you tell us anything you're personally excited about in terms of how the missions, maybe any example from one of the missions that you're supporting, actually using map data to inform mission operations, if there's anything related to provision of healthcare or civil affairs? Be curious to hear kind of what the emerging use cases might be.
Yeah. Among the different field missions that we are supporting, maybe I can take the example of MINUSCA, which is the peacekeeping mission in Central African Republic. As you know, specifically in my organization, we are not directly supporting the provision of health. But actually we are doing it indirectly by providing data and maps to our different counterparts. And this has been a game changer. In the past, there was such a lack of data that we were not able to provide reasonable, for example, driving times to remote locations, or accessibility to specific areas. Now with new data, with raw data that we have ingested into OpenStreetMap, we are able to confidently provide these geospatial services to our counterparts in the missions. So for us, it's been really a change in the culture and the paradigm, and we are now able to use those maps and those data for logistics, for supply chain, for different activities related to human rights and civil affairs. And all the different mission components are really eager to contribute to the update and enhancement of the data, so that we can expand those maps in specific areas where the UN has its operations.
Diego, you were very personally involved in kind of making the switch within the UN to thinking more openly and working with citizen contributors. Can you tell us a little bit more about how that process happened? What helped you to make the decision to go open?
Yeah, it was about 4 or 5 years ago. It was a group of colleagues that we were thinking how to provide better support in terms of geospatial services to our clients in the field missions. In the past, what we were doing was collecting the data locally with a specific data structure, that unfortunately was never updated. And it was only used for a very specific output, which was a 50K, 1:50,000 scale topographic map. And that was it. It was static data. So we have used in the past OpenStreetMap, but in a static format. And we really decided to make the shift, the change, embrace open data and specifically OpenStreetMap to do all the edits on OpenStreetMap, and at the same time to be able to capture and bring the data locally to our databases on a daily basis, so that we use that data for several different applications and outputs. That's really the change that we have implemented across the different missions, going from a specific data structure to being able to use it for multiple activities and outputs, and it's working.
Yeah, thanks, Diego. Lamine, you were very personally involved in founding OpenStreetMap Senegal. Can you tell me more about your interest in open data and working in open mapping?
Okay, thanks, Tyler. And in OpenStreetMap Senegal, we use the tools of OpenStreetMap ecosystems, among others, the availability at the platform allowing to centralize all data using an open database, and also the software resource and platform are not paying, which allow to relocate resource in terms of pushes at the later to other budget line. As a community of collaborative mappers, OpenStreetMap has satisfied by the vision of the OpenStreetMap project, and will provide a sustainable response on the problem of geographic data protection and equitable access to this data.
Thank you. Audrey, same question to you. Why did MSF decide to work in the open?
In open data. So we're doing a mix, really. We're doing a bit of both, because some of our data and also in some of the zones where we're working, we consider they're too sensitive to share back, but we're really trying to share back as much as possible the data that we collect and source from OpenStreetMap, namely, because as I said in my introduction, so MSF, we're going very specifically in some zone of a country, in a smaller zone of a country, not countrywide, very generic map, but we want the very details of what's going on in the field to support our operation and our daily activities there. So we need precise maps, and we're not able to maintain that by ourselves. And it also really makes sense that this data is available to everyone living in that region and or working in that region. So for both aspects, for us, it's really a plus to go towards more open data.
Audrey, thanks. This is a question to anyone who would like to take it, but we talked a lot about equity in terms of the map itself and how we want the resulting map to be more equitable. What about the process of creating maps? Is there equity involved in that process of who's making the map and who's creating the map? Would anyone like to take that?
I think it's a difficult question. I think the most important thing is, first of all, to make the data available. The data is the foundation of those maps and those outputs. If we make the data available, we'll be able to provide the different outputs and maps. At the same time, what we are doing within our organization is to, as I mentioned briefly during the introduction, we are trying to empower non-GIS or geographers, non-GIS specialists to produce and to create their own maps. I think there are different UN organizations that are providing maps out of not only OpenStreetMap, but also specific data that is being collected by them. And making available the possibility to create those maps empowers those communities and those people in, for example, in developing countries where we work. So that's extremely important, how to also create those outputs so that they can factor them in and they can create their own analysis and they can act and plan accordingly.
Audrey or Lamine, if you'd like to address that, feel free. I have one closing question for all of you in kind of looking towards the future. How do you see this process changing in the future? What innovative approaches do you think your organization might take to actually address health disparities using open geographic data or methods? Or how would you like other organizations to support this or become more involved?
Okay. Go ahead, Lamine.
Okay, Audrey, for you.
Okay, so good questions towards the end, really. So how will we see the future towards this? I think a few years back when I started working on this, back then I was quite small with MSF, we were looking for data, just having some data for the zones that we were working, and we were amazed when that Ebola crisis in 2014 started, and within a few days, hours, we managed to map out the first few towns where it was happening, and it really helped out. And now we're really looking, and I think in the future we'll be looking more into that and to improve, making sure that we have quality in that data, and that's something that we still struggle with today, because we need to be reliable in terms of the data that we provide to our team, mostly focusing, I would say, on the health related data. So where are our health facilities, where also what's the catchment area for health centers and such data. And in the future, I think we don't have the answer, and we're looking into other organizations to help us with the answers for that. But definitely making sure that we have this quality in terms of the data to make our response more, to optimize our response as well.
Audrey, thanks. Lamine, what do you see as the future of OpenStreetMap and health sites and providing equitable healthcare in Senegal?
Okay, now we work to involve all facilities, and the next step of this work is to use all data to give access to the population to services, quality services, and we help authorities to make a good decision for public politics. And yeah, we are here to involve all member of community to doing this work, to product data and to update all the data we need in my country and around the world.
Lamine, thank you very much. Diego, you have the last word. What's next for the UN in regards to open mapping?
Bringing more partners together. I think at the different levels. Our vision is to expand the activities about OpenStreetMap geographically to other different field missions, but also within the existing field missions that we are supporting, to bring more partners, more people together, different organizations, and different UN entities as well. and always engaging with the local community. This is a key factor, because at the end of the day, we are working and providing data for a specific area, and the people living there should have a prominent voice in the way that we are collecting and gathering the information. Another point would be maybe combine the human factor, which will be at the core of OpenStreetMap, and making it easy with new technology and artificial intelligence. So to be able to provide that capability to increase the speed of edits, combining different data, and at the same time supporting what Audrey mentioned about the quality of the data. It's extremely important that we are confident enough that we are sustaining the data and giving it a consistency through editing guidelines, tags, etc. Thanks.
Diego, Lamine, Audrey, thank you very much. This has been Equitable Maps and Stronger Communities, and to all our participants, thanks for joining us, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the symposium.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Taylor.
Thank you everyone for joining us today. That was really great. We're now going to have a lightning talk by Ms. Leah Schweitzer, using NASA Earth observations to enable open science with GIS.
Hello. Today I want to provide an introduction to NASA Earth Science using Earth observations to enable open science with GIS. I want to provide an introduction to NASA Earth Science and the observation data available within our systems, show users how to discover, access, and use that data, as well as identify resources to get started. I'd also like to highlight ways to engage with us. NASA gathers information about the Earth from a fleet of satellites. This information helps us to map the connections between our planet's vital processes and the effects of ongoing change. A wealth of data is collected to fuel this research, and that data is freely and openly available to anyone. NASA Earth Science oversees data centers which distribute 32 terabytes of information products each day. This data comes from spacecraft and field campaigns collected over many years to support Earth science research worldwide. Within NASA's Earth Science data systems, open source science serves as the foundation of the program. That is the open sharing of data, information, and knowledge within the scientific and application communities, as well as the wider public, so that we can accelerate research and understanding around the world. NASA open data policies are helping break down barriers to use data and foster a more collaborative, inclusive scientific process open to anyone. So let's take a look at how you can discover, access, and use NASA's Earth observation data. NASA Worldview is a visualization application that provides the capability to interactively browse full-resolution satellite imagery layers. Most of the available imagery layers span over multiple years and are updated within 3 hours of observation. You can search and add layers via thematic areas or science disciplines. Earth Data Search provides the means for discovery, filtering, visualization, and access across all of NASA's Earth Science data holdings. This includes more than 33,000 Earth observation data collections. Here you can search by topic, collection, place name to retrieve specific data files. NASA also utilizes Esri's ArcGIS Online, which is a collaborative WebGIS that allows users to create and share geospatial content. We have over 1,700 content items that are publicly available, ranging from web services, maps, applications, storybooks, notebooks, and more. Some of this content can also be found in Esri's Living Atlas of the World. But we understand that NASA data is complex, and to help you get started with learning about using NASA data and GIS tools, the following are great resources. If you are new to using NASA Earth Science data, Pathfinders are the perfect place to start. A Pathfinder specific to GIS provides a guided walkthrough of NASA data and GIS tools and includes a brief tutorial on accessing and using NASA Geospatial Web Services. Pathfinders and toolkits are designed as entry points to access NASA Earth Science data, organized by topic. Here you can find links to the data sets themselves, tutorials and how-to guides, as well as other useful information. The Earth Data GIS page provides much of the content just reviewed and links to tutorials, guides, data recipes, as well as GIS projects. The NASA Earth Data Discovery and Access webinars span all of the earth science disciplines and are designed to help users learn about NASA data, services, and tools. An online catalog is available to query, and new webinars are hosted monthly. Earth Data Forum was developed to engage subject matter experts to discuss general questions, research needs, and data applications. Here you have the capability to search by discipline, major project area, as well as services or usage. Users can query how to access, view, and interpret the data to fuel their research. So now that we've heard from me, we'd love to hear from you. Feedback from user communities is extremely valuable and helps us to improve our services. The URL here is a link to a very brief questionnaire that we'd love for you to fill out. Additionally, if you're interested in funded research opportunities, I'd encourage you to check out the programs listed below, which focus on harnessing NASA data to advance our understanding through applications, tools, and technologies. Through the open source science efforts, NASA is creating a paradigm shift in how science is conducted and opening up participation to a broader cohort of investigators than ever before. This in turn will lead to greater opportunities for scientific discovery for societal benefit. Thank you for your time, and come explore with us.
Thank you, Leah. And we're going to now move to a book review. Who Owns the Wind? Climate Crisis and the Hope of Renewable Energy, authored by Dr. David Hughes and interviewed by Dr. Gavin Bridge. Gavin?
Well, hello, I'm Gavin Bridge. I'm a professor of geography at Durham University in the UK. And it's a delight today to talk to David Hughes. David is a professor of anthropology at Rutgers about a new book that David has written called Who Owns the Wind? So David, this is the first time we've really met. It's great to be able to have a conversation with you about the book. Perhaps we could start at the beginning. I'm thinking particularly about the geographical context of the book. It's set in Andalusia in southern Spain, in a village that you anonymize as Sereno. And to give a bit of context here, this is on the north side of the Strait of Gibraltar. So it's positioned at the borders of Europe and North Africa, between the Mediterranean and the Atlantic. And as you illustrate really compellingly at the beginning of the book, this is an area which has got a high amount of wind. And it's in that context then that there's been a large number of wind turbines have been constructed. I wondered if you could help us understand a little bit about how you came to be in Sereno, what drew you to that area, and set the scene a little bit for us.
Sure. Well, first off, it's a pleasure to be with you, Gavin, and I'm very thankful to the AGS for putting on this session about my book. So I was interested in the energy transition, in helping to promote it, in fact, in a realistic, clear-eyed way. And so I wanted to look at a place that I saw as the future. And the future, I believe, involves wind turbines in a great number of places, solar farms too, really, and sometimes in inconvenient places, sometimes a bit underfoot and in the backyard. And so I found Sereno, which may be the most turbine surrounded village in the world. I believe it's in Europe. I believe it's probably uncontested that it's most surrounded by turbines. And that's because, as you say, it's a wind corridor there in between the Mediterranean and the Atlantic. It's surrounded by turbines also because of some historical property questions, which I can get into maybe a little bit later. So I arrived and I found people not enjoying this kind of future utopia one bit, very much opposed to it. They had in fact protested about 10 years before I got there against the wind turbines and had lost. But their protest had been heard on a wider scale, and they had actually almost entirely stopped the installation of wind turbines in that corner of Andalusia. So the energy transition, so these are people with power who brought the energy transition to its knees. And my inquiry then was figuring out what are their actual complaints. They're not reducible to simple NIMBYism or reactionary or conservatism, and certainly not reducible to denial of climate change. I found, in fact, in their criticisms, a lot of extremely useful lessons for promoters of the energy transition away from fossil fuels.
So yes, you describe Sereno, this village of around 400 people. You describe it at one point as a shanty town, and you're using that word not in a derogatory way. You're pointing to some specific relationships of property. I wonder if you could unpack that for us a bit, because that has a central motivating role in the story and in the account. I wonder if you could explain that for us a little.
Absolutely. So one of the reasons why there are lots of wind turbines here, one of the non-Aeolian reasons that don't have to do with physical geography, has everything to do with the history of property. So Andalusia was conquered by Castilians between the 13th and 15th centuries against various Moorish polities. And they really brought too few Spaniards to settle it very thoroughly. So it went through a period of underdevelopment where irrigation systems fell into disuse, and where agricultural productivity fell very dramatically. I apologize here, I'm turning off my email so it doesn't sound. And even to this day, the population density is very low outside major towns, and that frees up land for these aristocratic families, which do go back to that Spanish conquest, and so the land concentration is enormously, it's very pronounced. These are latifundios owned by latifundistas, and one of the bizarre twists of the law, which hasn't really fully been adjudicated or explained, but as a kind of path of least resistance, landowners own wind. And so there's a lot of money to be made by a small number of people in ways that are very efficient for industry by having wind farms on large estates. Now, the villages there, as descendants, mostly descendants of landless peasants, that's a bit of a contradiction term. Let's say landless day laborers, jornaleros, as is known locally, who lived in the sierras, in the hills, the ridges around this valley, up until the 1980s, when the government evicted them all for the sake of a military reserve. And so they went down into this valley, owned entirely by latifundistas, except for the cattle trail, Via Pecuaria. And this widening, this place where it widens around a stream, which is known as a descansadero, or a overnighting kind of resting place for cattle. Now, the latifundistas historically raised, as I said, they didn't really capitalize on the land. They mostly used it for stock raising. And in fact, in this particular area, for the very extensive stock raising of cattle for the bull ring. But the Via Pecuaria was in disuse because people started moving cattle by trucks and things. So this was actually a common property owned by an elite, controlled by an elite, which was then available for squatting, and people did that. They know how to construct. Their houses began as shanties, but got quite more elaborate than that. And they paid fines / bribes to get hooked up to the electrical and water grids. But still, a large portion of these parcels are not legal. And that's another reason why there are wind turbines so close to this village, because the legal limit in Spain is 0.5 kilometer from a registered house. But there's no legal limit in front of a house that does not exist on the cadastre. And so, in fact, turbines are 300 meters or so from the nearest actual houses.
Thanks for explaining that. I think the theme that really struck me is how acute those inequalities of property are in the case that you're looking at. And I suppose part of the overall account here is that from this particular context, from the specificities of this part of Andalusia, one can think about a broader set of relationships that attend to renewable energy, the relationship to land in particular. And as the book unfolds, you spend a really nice account of that kind of landed quality of renewables, the lower power densities associated with renewables, a number of people have sketched out and explained, and how that question of land then comes back to the fore. So there's a really fascinating argument going on in the book, which is, and I think it's quite, your formulation of it is quite specific, where you say in the opening parts that wind needs justice. And I spent quite a bit of time thinking about this, because it seemed to me that you're not making a straightforward claim, which is that renewables, we need to be conscious of questions of justice around them. It's a more fundamental claim, which is something about the need to roll out renewables at scale, and how, because these will necessarily involve relationships with land, that if this is going to succeed, this has to be done in a way that delivers forms of justice. I wonder if you could elaborate that a little bit for us.
Sure, absolutely.
Something quite particular to what you're saying there about the relationship between renewables and broader questions of justice.
Yes. So the crux of the issue is the difference between being landed and being horizontal.
Right.
So we know renewables, I mean, there are 162,000 terawatts of solar hitting they hit the atmosphere. About 80,000 or so make it to hit and stay on the planet's surface. So that's a very, you can't even really talk about it as density because it's only got 2 dimensions, but in any case, it's a very distributed resource. And in order to remove, to get off of, to cease burning fossil fuels, we have to harvest that resource, and it has to be done horizontally. Now, the most simple-minded way to harvest anything horizontally is to say, well, it's a territorial resource, and the rights and authority and so on follow from the landowner. And there's a lot of historical basis regarding solar energy to make that association, right? Because anybody who's been farming crops has been harvesting photons for millennia. That goes back to the Neolithic. And it's a little late in the game, unfortunately, to tell the farmer, well, you don't have access to those photons. We're going to put up a solar panel on top of your crop. I mean, there are various compromises in agrivoltaics, but you can't really, in the basis of law, just overshadow somebody's crop. However, wind is very different. It has mostly not been used and not been claimed. It is flowing, it's not falling on land the way rain and sunlight does. It's flowing across one piece of land over to another one, moving laterally. And there's a logical reason to think that we could detach it from land. We can harvest it horizontally without reference. I mean, obviously there has to be some negotiation, because you're talking about, you begin from the planet's surface. You have to extend a wind turbine upwards. But the adjudication with the landowner should start I think, on the principle that the landowner doesn't own the wind, that somebody else does. And that's why I make the argument for a wind commons. And in fact, to establish a wind commons is much easier than to carry out land reform, because Spaniards tried for a couple of centuries to carry out land reform, didn't succeed. I've been involved in that project in Southern Africa, and sometimes it succeeds, sometimes it fails. Often a bloody struggle. It's actually easier to carry out wind reform, I think, because there's no interest group, no very strong interest group right now asserting wind rights. Can I circle back to solar,
Yes,
Gavin? Because I
please.
actually have a quick article that came out, short article that came out in the Boston Review called Use Sunlight Locally or Use It. And I'm making a different argument about property with respect to sunlight and trying to leverage some force off of the Homestead Act in the United States going back to 1862. The Homestead Act said that, you know, you can have this land as a settler in the West for free from the federal government, but you have to improve it, right, to prove it up over 5 years, or else it reverts back to the federal government. One can make the argument in urban or non-agricultural areas that people are failing to use, they're wasting sunlight. If Amazon, for example, owns acres and acres and acres of warehouse, and that sun is not even falling on a skylight, just falling on a roof and contributing to the urban heat island effect, one could seize that surface by climbing up on the roof, fixing the roof as necessary, putting panels on top of the roof, connecting them to the grid, and generating urban solar electricity, possibly community owned, contributing to a resilience hub or something for urban residents, without the permission of Amazon. Or one could threaten Amazon with all this and get them to do it themselves. So that's the way the way you turn the property equation for the benefit of the public with respect to solar. But I'm saying it's more logical and easier to do that with respect to wind already.
That's really fascinating. And one thing that struck me in some of the discussions in the book is the relationship between the way that the histories of oil and gas, for example, with respect to subsurface resources, can potentially offer, somewhat surprisingly, one might think, offer some parallels here for thinking about what property relations around the wind might be. I'm thinking particularly of the example of the split estate, the ability to separate the surface from the subsurface. Key to your argument seems to be to separate wind from the surface, so that you'd have an existing arrangements of property in land, but actually the wind resource could be socialized, could be nationalized and held separately. And of course, there are parallels there with the nationalization of subsurface resources that seem to be a direct parallel. Is that the way that you are visualizing this aeolian commons, a wind commons?
Yes, I mean, what you probably picked up on, Gavin, is that I like to work with existing traditions. You know, there's a lot of socialism in this book, but I actually like to get there through existing traditions. So Alaska, for example, Republicans in Alaska have a fantastic tradition of public ownership of subsurface resources, which gives every Alaska resident a check from what they call the permanent fund every year. Unfortunately, it makes hydrocarbons very popular among Alaskans. But that's a fabulous principle of saying, you know, the world is built in layers, and just because you own the one we're on right now doesn't mean you own the one below it, and it doesn't mean you own the one above it. The other principle that unfortunately may travel over from hydrocarbons to renewables is the idea of reserves. You know, as you've written very persuasively, and I put it in my last book too, the problem with the oil industry has been one of managing abundance. And the way they do this is by establishing this category of reserves, which is all the oil, gas, or I'm not sure if it works this way with coal, but anyway, all the oil and gas that you can make a profit on at current prices, technology, and one other thing, regulation. So you'll never lose money if you exploit reserves, and reserves always seem just a little bit scarce enough to justify a high price at the pump. So what some investors in renewables would like to do is establish this category that you call wind and solar reserves. And those are the places where you have access to the land. And where the investment prices, access to the land under regulation, the technology doesn't really matter because it's all good. But they'd like to make us believe that wind energy is scarce because the sites for it are scarce. And this is one of the reasons why I suspect, I put some evidence for this in the book, that the wind industry is not altogether heartbroken at these local protest movements, because these local protest movements keep wind generated kilowatts just a little bit scarce, and the protest movements and other kinds of obstacles give another generation of life to natural gas. You have to bear in mind that the apex investors, so eco-investors and so on, in renewables are also very often investing in natural gas. And so this slow energy transition that we're doing now serves their interests very well. I mean, except to the extent that they probably have children and grandchildren and they want to maintain the conditions for life on planet Earth, but that doesn't appear on the balance sheet, as we know.
Yeah. So we've dealt a little bit there with a theme of property and property relations that runs through the book, and clearly it's headlined in the title, this question of ownership or off the wind. There's a secondary theme in the book that I found really fascinating, and that's mainly to do with the aesthetics and the question of how we should think and identify with wind and with landscape. And the argument there that the aesthetics of the kind of monstrosity of intrusive wind turbines, that we need to shift that. There's a really nice little visualization of that where you describe kind of the 90-degree shift. If you look at wind turbines face on, they have a particular aesthetic to them of these kind of mildly rotating discs, if you like. But then if you look at them end on from 90 degrees, you see there's a series of blades slicing through things. And you've got some great examples in the book of that. But this theme of the aesthetic, I think, is really fascinating. What drew you to that? I imagine that's partly through your anthropological training of listening to how people think and talk to you. But I wonder if you could kind of flesh that out for us.
Well, I wrote a book earlier called Whiteness in Zimbabwe, which looked at aesthetic sensibilities around water among European settlers in Southern Africa. And basically, they constantly romanticized water because in some ways it reminded them of England and of that kind of waterscape that it's a bit like the Lake District or something, that moderate blend of water and shore. But I learned anyway, the gaze is never innocent. There's ideology involved, there's history involved, and everything about the history of this place cries out against wind turbines, because they bring a different profile, they bring different materials, different sounds to what's otherwise a landscape of cattle and wheat and sunflower. And if I were living in this place, having grown up there without the noise of traffic, without the noise of cars and so on, I would feel this as an imposition, especially if the latifundistas were making all the money off it and I was making none and getting no jobs and so on. So I write with a great sympathy for the Sereneños, for my informants. But I'm actually, and I'm embracing all their economic criticisms and trying to bring a solution in the form of the wind commons. In terms of their aesthetic objections, I'm actually pleading with them, you might say, to compromise a bit. And there's also a tradition of compromise. This landscape pretty nearby has bunkers and artillery 8 meters long aiming at Morocco because Franco thought that the French would invade from Morocco or something like that. And now tours go on there and people admire this stuff. Some years have passed. Raymond Williams always predicts that it takes 50 years for people to get used to some form of capitalist or state intrusion on the countryside. So one could wait 50 years, but we don't have 50 years to wait. We want to have a quicker energy transition than that. So The other part, in addition to tradition, history, ideology, and so on, that conditions the way we see the landscape is the way we choose to see it. And what I suggest in the book is you almost never look at something without a memory of having seen it before, except of course the first time you look at something. But when you look at it the second time and the third time, your impression is colored by what you've seen before, and maybe it's colored by the worst it ever appeared to you, or maybe by the best it ever appeared to you. If you think of the Golden Gate Bridge, or many bridges, the experience of driving over it is just looking at traffic. And maybe you see, if it's a suspension bridge, you see the cables above you. But you always have in your mind's eye that, hey, you know, this bridge has this beautiful arc, and the suspension too has this tremendous arc between two peninsulas or something, because you've seen it at a 90 degrees, you've seen it the other way. You've seen the Golden Gate Bridge from across the bay in Berkeley, even, and remembering that as you drive across it and just look at a bunch of cars in front of you and on the sides of you. So I'm hoping that people in these kinds of turbine adjacent landscapes can hold on to the best view of the turbine and know that the turbine that appears ugly today because the blades are cutting against each other is the same turbine that tomorrow is going to appear beautiful because each rotor is clean up against the sky with a mist around it or something like that.
Yeah. So it strikes me that you have to work quite hard to identify and recover and give voice to some of those alternative imaginaries around turbines, and you spend quite a lot of time hanging out with a range of people to try and flesh that out, in almost in some ways to try and provoke that sense of understanding. What might there be there? So you go to the obvious places, you talk with painters and photographers, but you also spend quite a bit of time talking with engineers, and then with this group of people who I certainly wasn't aware of, the Vigilancia, essentially paid bird watchers who identify migrating species across this major flyway, to better understand some of the ways, the sort of multiplicity of ways in which people think about the turbines. And there's quite a striking bit. Perhaps I might just read a couple of lines, if you don't mind. I find this perhaps the most challenging section of the book in the sense of what you're proposing, and I wonder if you can help us understand it. So you say, page 169, for those who may have a book with them, perhaps we need an energy platform filled with metal and cement and the black silica of solar panels, all of it covering and obscuring the landscapes we once loved. So, you know, for many people who live in and around turbines, or who are facing them, being on land that they know and love, this is a rather striking proposition that actually we should want this, we should ask for this, we should desire this. And of course, you're making quite an important point about this. You're not suggesting wanton destruction or somehow that people have misunderstood and this is all fine. You're making a point about how we need to think about the memorialization of the fossil fuel society. And I wonder if you might just sort of elaborate that for us, because that seemed to me quite an important reckoning, if you like, with the moment that we're in.
Yeah. So, you know, there are some, I try to build up to it, but there are some emotional pitches in this, emotional turns in this book. So there, I'm admitting to the possibility of failure, that maybe I won't persuade, maybe nobody will persuade people in Spain or in the UK or in the US to really enjoy the romance and the sublime quality of 100 wind turbines around their village. Now, how bad would that be if we failed? If we just found wind turbines ugly and it took 50 years or even more for us to get used to them? And so here I'm writing for members of the 1 billion high emitters in the world who have brought about the necessity to put wind turbines everywhere in order to preserve the conditions for life on planet Earth. And I'm using the pronoun we, but I know there are people in the audience who are outside this 1 billion. It's a subsection of humanity that has caused this problem. Of course, even within the 1 billion, there are the super rich and the CEO of ExxonMobil and people like that who have enormous responsibilities. I could think of something else to do with a wind turbine blade to them. But do we really deserve a landscape unaltered, right? I mean, what have we done to claim all of this beauty, to even to call it nature, and to want nothing to touch it, right? I mean, if you don't like wind turbines, then maybe that's the penance. Maybe we shouldn't even like wind turbines. We should just suck it up because we brought this upon ourselves. That's the reckoning. So, but I do hope that I persuade people to love wind turbines.
So that's part of the aesthetic argument that's going on here. This need to imagine and think differently and identify ways of coming to terms with a set of technological interventions in the landscape and what they mean for moving beyond fossil fuels. And then that's allied with your political economic argument about property and the nature of the possibilities for ownership of the wind. I think yes, maybe our editors can help us with this little bit. But perhaps I could turn David to another aspect of the book, which is really your what we might call the art of the anthropologist, the skill and the craft of doing field work. And I really enjoyed, one of the things I really enjoyed about the book is the possibilities of language, the way that you work with interrogating phrases and understandings in Spanish and how they translate or don't into English. So the ambivalences and triangulations that are possible working between languages. And there's some really neat little examples of that. So this distinction between campo and campina as ways of understanding sort of productive use of land versus its kind of harvesting, its bounty, its ability to give up a set of goods. And then this question of language around solidarity and sort of the impossibility of completely translating an adjective around the notion of solidarity. I wonder if you could just reflect for us a little bit about that process, your fieldcraft, if you like, and what that was like for you living in, returning back and forth to the village that you call Sereno, as part of the research for the book.
Well, this was the most enjoyable and in some way the most hardcore field work I've done. You know, over time and in the course of one's career, ethnography often devolves to interviews. And that had happened to me to some extent, partly because I was interviewing in the previous book, oil elites, and it's difficult to just hang out with them. But here I arrived in this village and asked, where do people go to talk about politics, and was sent immediately to one of the 4 bars. It's a 400-person village with 4 bars. And I spent hours and hours there every day. I was still learning Spanish. I spoke Portuguese, but I needed to convert that to Spanish, which wasn't as easy as I thought because people speak with a very thick accent in this area. So initially I paid a lot of attention to body language, and I think I talk about some of the gestures that people use as well. I paid a lot of attention to the interpersonal dynamics and who speaks to whom and so on. Eventually I got out of the bars too, and I hung out with people at some of their work and the walks that they take and things like that, visiting with family in their houses. So, and I think you have to do that. I mean, the book, the kind of meta narrative of the book is that the energy transition involves much more than engineering. It involves a social transformation, which requires that we understand today's society so that we can move it, so that its participants can move it in a way that achieves more justice rather than less justice, The way things are going, as we consider the energy transition to be an engineering problem, we're heading towards less justice in a corporate controlled wind and solar sector. So I really wanted to understand how people saw power, how they saw property, how they saw gender, all kinds of things. And to do that, I had to live with them, and I wanted to. And then you're constantly observing. I mean, that's basically participant observation. And it helps to be an outsider, I believe, because then I was alive to those things you mentioned, those little turns of phrase, little assumptions buried in the lexicon.
Yeah. So there's a cast of around, I think, 20 characters or so who kind of populate the book, and you've anonymized them. And I was thinking about the choices you must have had to make as an author of what to disclose, what not to disclose. There must have been some sort of challenging moments in thinking that through. These are people you got to know pretty well, some of them at least, and some of them are folks who would have been quite challenging to come to know, I imagine, some of the politics involved. And there are several times in the book where you kind of disclose some of the sort of interpersonal atmospherics that go along, the way people, consider your questions repetitive or consider your questions dull, because, these are the world in which they inhabit, and there you are asking questions all the time about the turbines. Oh, that was kind of a really nice little move, because I'm aware of what that's like doing field work.
Well, one of the things I teach graduate students is when you're an astronomer, the instrument is the telescope. Right. And you polish your telescope or whatever, you make sure it's working, but you don't write a great deal about the telescope because you assume it works. When you're an anthropologist, the instrument is yourself. Yeah. You're there, and you're not just collecting data through a lens, you're interacting to collect it. And your presence is part of the story, part of the data. Now, some anthropologists take this a little too far, and they talk about themselves more than about the context in a book. But I do think it's certainly relevant that I provoked reactions by people. I think being an outsider as well, and such a foreigner, allowed people to trust me more, because they knew I didn't have a stake in the wind politics or in any politics either way.
So there's two other areas I wanted us to discuss in the time that we have. So the first of these is really to think about what one can learn from a village of 400 people in southern Spain, because you make an expansive argument about the politics of wind, and a proposal effectively for how wind resources can be better allocated in a way that can encourage the further uptake of renewables. So the question really is whether you style, towards the end, you style this cast of 20 characters as being, they are the everyman, the everywoman. They stand for other people in other places. And I'm just wondering whether your proposal, you style it as being willfully utopian. And so that requires, I think, a little bit of unboxing to explain what you mean by utopian in that context. Because it struck me that your proposal is actually quite a practical one when it comes down to it. You have a solution. You might be clear-eyed about the challenges of delivering that solution, but you do have one. I wonder if you can kind of explain that willfully utopian aspect of it for us.
Well, in that case, I was writing against some literature that's come out from people like Roy Scranton and Jonathan Franzen, less academic and more popular writers who are just talking about doom. It's become fashionable. I mean, in the US, we seem to have jumped from denialism through the phase of doing anything about it, already over to resignation in some quarters. Certainly not among the youthful demonstrators that I hang out with, but certainly in some quarters. And I write against that because partly I believe, as Albert Hirschman may have said this, the purpose of writing anything is to enlarge the possibilities for action rather than to justify pessimism, right? So I'm not going to write about doom because I'm not actually adding anything. I'm not giving the writer anything to work with. So
it's a crowded marketplace as well.
as well, yeah. And there's a lot of uncertainty. We don't know where tipping points of runaway climate change are. And so I'd rather focus on what we can do. And as you say, thank you for that. I did by the end of it come up with some very practical suggestions. On the question of this village, I think you were asking how representative, you were asking some question along the line of how representative it is. One of the things anthropologists do, and this is true of many geographers as well, is we argue from extremes. Sociologists, I often think, argue from the mean. So I like to go for the extreme case. So here it is, an extreme case, a village of poor people without property, without significant assets, surrounded by latifundios and turbines, with radical inequality, and just in terms of the level of crowdedness, very extreme. And so, yeah, it's definitely extreme, but I think it's representative of the future that we need. So because I'm hopeful, I want there to be many, many more Serenos out there. You know, my town could be a Sereno. It's larger than 400, but anyway, it could be surrounded everywhere. You find free land. It could be surrounded by solar panels and wind turbines. So I found this place, which to me is a slice of the future utopia. Utopia simply being defined as a place where human and non-human life prevails in the 22nd century. And I want to make it work, right? So it has a lot of flaws, namely that people in Sereno are unhappy enough to stop the energy transition, to prevent that utopia from spreading beyond Sereno. And so that's where I come up with the practical solutions. But none of this would have happened if I had gone to a place fighting wind turbines for the first time. That would have been Sereno 15 years ago. And this wouldn't have happened if I'd done the kind of willingness study or you know that people often do to see who wants wind turbines or under what conditions and so on. I had to go in a place where the whole thing was tangible, was material, was fought over, was, you know, struggled over and cried and moaned over. And that's what I found.
So the final question in my mind, I'm trying to place your account of wind on a spectrum, and it's clear that your agenda around the political economy of wind is one that puts the wind resource into public hands, that socializes its ownership, nationalizes its ownership. But it also appears as if you're a bit agnostic actually about the social organization of the wind sector itself. So as long as the resource was in public hands, would it be fair to say you would be comfortable with corporations running the wind power sectors, large corporate players in that sector, as opposed to community-owned wind farms themselves? The actual mode of industrial organization, if you like, is open to you. That's not the piece of the puzzle that you're seeking to understand. It's more about the ownership of the resource that is key for you. So I'm trying to place this on various, accounts of the democratic potential of the renewable sector. And trying to understand whether your agenda is effectively an anti-capitalist agenda or not. And I didn't come to the conclusion that it was. You towards the beginning, in the context of solar energy, you talk about a photonic form of capitalism. After Carboniferous capitalism, we moved to sort of photonic phase, if you like. So capitalism as a whole is alive and well in your future, but the resource is publicly held. That's the key thing that has to change. Is that a fair characterization of where you stand on this?
That's a fair characterization of some of the deliberate vagueness in the book. Absolutely. I mean, so I'm trying to appeal to all kinds of people. There's a group of a political lobby group in the US which funds Republicans and Democrats. Actually reached out to me about 2 weeks ago. One of them had read this book and they want to involve me somehow in ideas. So to me, that's success. The reason that I'm a little bit quiet about ownership of the infrastructure and the equipment is, first of all, trade unions for energy democracy and some other groups are making great arguments about public ownership. And that fight is going to happen. I think that fight is part of the larger fight of which goes on all the time in socialism to reclaim privately held resources for the public. And certainly I would support that. That's going to be a long road. I'm in fact trying to do something different, which is a shortcut. And the reason I didn't say a lot about public ownership of the infrastructure is that I wanted to really put this shortcut into sharp relief. And what's new about it is that here you have a resource so much larger than fossil fuels that nobody is actively claiming now at all, except in a few spots like Sereno, but mostly it's a resource that people don't even realize is there because it can't be seen, it can't be held. Same thing with sunlight. People don't tend to think about it as in material terms whatsoever. So here we have this huge frontier that can't even really be mapped. And if we do nothing, capital will seize it. So I'm anti-capitalist in that respect, absolutely, in the book. If we do something, the public can seize it. And I think it's actually not that difficult a fight, right? Because the lines of opposition are not drawn. And it's much easier to take from capital something they don't have already, even if it's huge, than to take this little thing, which is the global grid and the global energy infrastructure and all the fossil fuels, than to take that from capital when they know they hold it and they really treasure it.
Thank you very much, David.
You know, actually, to add to that, Gavin, so what's really going on here, I think, is that we have Earth, and then we have the subterranean energy resources, and we have this huge aeolian photonic resource, which is just like another solar system. And we could do socialism there. And we could abandon the subterranean resources whose exploitation always causes harm. And so I don't need to reform capitalism with respect to fossil fuels, because we can just throw that away and move on to this whole new place. And this is like the utopian thing, start over. That's, I think, what I'm trying to say.
Thanks very much, David. It's a really powerful vision. And as you say, willfully utopian in the sense of giving us a sense of possibility of where action can happen. I want to thank you for the book, for the opportunity to read it and to think about it, and for coming to understand a little bit more about Andalusia and some of its remarkable history. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Gavin. This was a pleasure.
Thank you, David and Gavin. I hope you are enjoying the symposium. Remember, you can purchase all of the books featured during the symposium this week. Just go to the main website page for Geography 2050 and click on the bookstore button. And now we're going to move to the social cost of a hydropower. It's a lightning talk by Ms. Siobhan Finnerty.
Hello, my name is Siobhan Finnerty, and I recently graduated from the University of Chicago. This presentation is adapted from research I conducted as part of my master's thesis. The developing world is attempting to solve a critical problem, access to electricity. However, in sub-Saharan Africa, the problem is twofold. Even if people had access to electricity, there's not enough to go around. Many of the legacy power systems of sub-Saharan Africa today struggle to meet demand, causing frequent blackouts and high energy prices even for those currently connected to the grid. In order to raise the supply of electricity to meet demand, there's a need to construct new facilities for electricity generation. However, climate change is a complicating factor in all of this. Due to international efforts to curb greenhouse gas emissions, financing new projects that rely on fossil fuels is no longer in vogue. Rather than fossil fuels, renewable and climate-friendly solutions have become the standard for future energy investment around the world. The two truest renewable energy sources, solar and wind power, have their own issues of intermittency and energy storage, but have attracted considerable investment around the world. However, they are also unfortunately limited in their generation capacity by the large amounts of land which they require to generate 1 megawatt of energy. The other large-scale climate-friendly electricity generation source is hydropower, converting the potential energy of water housed in a dam, river, or reservoir into electricity by forcing it through hydroelectric turbines. In sub-Saharan Africa, investors have for many years favored large-scale hydropower projects, as they have the highest generation capacity of renewable sources, and most of the world's untapped hydropower capacity is in sub-Saharan Africa. Though hydro is more efficient as a power source than wind or solar, it also has flaws. It's destructive to the physical environment, and it's not actually renewable. Once a dam is built along a river, that dam has a finite lifespan of productivity after which it cannot generate electricity efficiently. The dam must be decommissioned, but the same site can never be dammed again. Similarly, the swelling of a dam's resulting reservoir floods vast areas, causing debris to build up behind its head wall. This debris emits methane as it decomposes, which is another greenhouse gas contributing to climate change. In addition to its environmental impacts, the construction of a large-scale hydro project can also have massive social effects on the local communities. This can be either by direct physical displacement, where individuals are forced to leave their homes due to floodwaters and then resettle elsewhere, or by indirect economic displacement, wherein individuals lose their livelihoods as a result of changes in their local landscape. The losses of those communities affected by electricity development have often been overshadowed by the benefits of increased electricity supply for those who live elsewhere. A case study of the Tekez hydroelectric dam's construction illustrates the losses endured by these local community members. The Tekez hydropower project is located on the Tekez River between Amhara and Tigray in northwestern Ethiopia. 15 village settlements were affected by the creation of this dam, which was an Ethiopian electric power company initiative to ensure sustainable energy and provide flood maintenance and irrigation to the region. Prior to the dam's construction, village society was organized by the cattle economy, a local economic and social organization system which relied heavily on the availability of suitable terrain and fertile land along the Tekez River to raise cattle. When this land was flooded to create the reservoir behind the dam, all that was left was unsuitable for cattle raising. The plight of so-called cattlelessness, which emerged as a result, destroyed the economic and social organization of the village. Stiff competition for limited resources within villages caused tension, while economic displacement led to relocation in other villages of Amhara or Tigray and caused social friction with the locals there. To add insult to injury, the locals of Tekez generally remain out of reach of the national power grid and don't benefit from the electricity their dam generates. Recognizing both the positive and negative social impacts of large-scale infrastructure development, like hydroelectric dams, is crucial in studying the human side of sustainability for these projects. Translating these insights and involving local communities in planning for future development will determine their success and the future of regional development initiatives overall. Earnest inquiry has not been done on the negative impacts of infrastructure projects that are meant to help communities. Plenty of research and inquiry has been done on the impacts of development projects pursued by extractive industries, such as mining, but the same critical lens has not been applied to well-intentioned infrastructure projects. Ethicists, including Dreidick and Pence, have been grappling with this question of development-induced displacement and its ethical dimension for years. How can future development balance the sacrifices of those who must lose out on their homes or livelihoods with the improved services that development can bring to many others living far away? As we continue to fund regional economic development initiatives, we must also recognize and critically analyze their negative impacts. These are often magnified in local communities surrounding projects and deserve equal consideration during project planning.
Thank you, Siobhan. And now we have a lightning talk with Dr. Kristen Smith. How do we fund equitable mitigation and adaptation?
Hi, my name is Kristen Smith. I'm a researcher at Headwaters Economics. And today I'm asking the big question, how do we fund equitable mitigation and adaptation? My broader argument is that communities need access to stable and predictable revenue to adapt to climate change, particularly if that adaptation is going to be equitable. And we know that part of the solution to adapting to climate change will include infrastructure investments. So under our current system, state and local governments are largely responsible for funding and financing public infrastructure. In fact, when you look at the research, about 75% of our public infrastructure is built by state and local governments. So what are the current models for funding that infrastructure? Well, it's usually a mix, including taxes and fees. However, many local governments are highly constrained by state policies by how they can raise revenue. So increasingly, communities have become reliant on things like borrowing and debt financing. You can think about the municipal bond market. Also, federal grants from the government are a big part of the picture. So access to things like credit and federal funds are big issues when we think about climate adaptation. Today, I'm going to focus on federal grants, and specifically, I'm going to take a deep dive into a competitive grant offered by FEMA, the Building Resilient Infrastructure in Communities, often called the BRIC grant. So BRIC was announced as a replacement to the Pre-Disaster Mitigation Program, and the first funding cycle was in fiscal year 2020. It was widely lauded as being the first FEMA grant to include climate change in its scoring criteria. It was also lauded for its focus on equity. So where did the money go? Well, this past July, FEMA announced their preliminary selections. We did an analysis and found some pretty striking geographic inequities. This map shows you where the majority of the funding went, and note that 94% of the funding went to wealthy East and West Coast states. We and other researchers have found that most of the places that received BRIC funds have high property values and moderate to low social vulnerability. So places with low property values or really high social vulnerability were largely left behind. So the biggest winner in this funding cycle was California, and they received 24% of BRIC's entire budget. And after that, New Jersey, the state of Washington, and Washington, D.C. received the next highest allotments. Now, of course, that's not to say these are bad choices. What is important to point out is, why did the interior United States largely miss out? And we have a couple ideas about why that happened. First, places that are rural or historically underserved face many barriers in accessing federal funding. They often don't have the capacity or expertise to navigate the maze of available federal funding programs and submit time-consuming, highly technical grant applications. Second, the scoring requirements often disadvantage rural and lower capacity places. Things like local matches, building codes, and hazard mitigation plans are often a struggle for lower capacity places to come up with. In addition, the benefit cost analysis requirement is really problematic for lower income communities because it really favors places with higher property values. And finally, there was also a lack of transparency in this funding cycle around the grading and scoring. So if a community didn't get the funds this year, but they want to resubmit, they're not getting the information that they need from FEMA to resubmit and be more competitive. So part of my research at Headwaters Economics is about how we can remove barriers to federal funding. So I want to propose a couple solutions. Of course, this is just the tip of the iceberg. And first, the simplest solution is simply to change the scoring. There are many ways to make competitive grants more equitable. We can have a stratified scoring system so small towns aren't competing against big cities. We can waive local match requirements in the benefit cost analysis for certain places and projects. Inevitably, however, competitive grants will never be the solution for our most vulnerable and disadvantaged communities. We just need different tools for equitable climate adaptation. I want to give you two models of different strategies. Both of them use direct federal investments. The first model is the American Rescue Plan. It provided historic investments to local governments this past year to assist with COVID impacts. However, it was one-time windfall revenue, which is incredibly hard for local governments to leverage into long-term planning. So we need to do some more research about the long-term impacts and the pros and cons of this approach. Another model is the federal government's general revenue sharing, which existed between 1972 and 1986. It provided $4.5 billion per year in direct monetary transfers to cities and local governments. It was hugely popular and could be a good model for funding adaptation. So we know that local governments need access to stable, predictable revenue to make long-term and strategic decisions. We have an opportunity right now to make changes to our public finance systems to ensure that all types of communities have access to the resources that they need. We can use fiscal policy to build a more equitable future. So what are your ideas? What are your questions and comments? Give me a holler at chris@headwaterseconomics.org.
Thanks, Kristen. And now we'd like to present Conversations with the Medalists, featuring Mr. Bill Herbert, who will be the first recipient of the John Gould Medal tomorrow. Mr. Herbert will be interviewed by former AGS President, Dr. Jerry Jobson. Jerry?
Bill, congratulations on being selected by the Council of the American Geographical Society as its first recipient of the John Gould Medal. It is especially fitting because you, like John Gould himself, are an attorney who thinks, writes, and acts geographically and dedicates himself to geographic causes, always emphasizing law and ethics. For our audience, I will add that Bill Herbert is a distinguished lecturer and executive director of the National Center for the Study of Collective Bargaining in Higher Education and the Professions at Hunter College, City University of New York. He was for many years senior counsel for one of New York's largest labor unions, the Civil Service Employees Association, Local 100 AFL-CIO. That's where he first became concerned with human tracking. Bill was one of the earliest scholars warning the public about geoslavery. His 2006 article, No Direction Home, Will the Law Keep Pace with Human Tracking Technology, Protect Individual Privacy, and Stop Geoslavery, is a landmark. For more than 2 decades, Bill has steadfastly applied law to geographic technologies, applications, and practices affecting human welfare. His most recent paper is Geoprivacy, Convenience, and the Pursuit of Anonymity in Digital Cities. It's a chapter in a groundbreaking new book about urban informatics. It makes trade-offs clear and offers theories for the first time regarding public attitudes propelling and or preventing loss of privacy. Now, Bill, it's your turn to speak. Geography 2050's theme this year is exploring the geographical dimensions of inequality. How has your work intersected with this theme?
Well, first, Jerry, it's a distinct honor to be the first recipient of the John E. Gould Medal from the American Geographical Society. And I'm very, very honored to be the recipient of that medal. So one of my primary areas of research and writing has concerned geospatial data as it relates to labor rights, including the growing power inequalities in workplaces, both public and private, resulting from the use of geospatial technologies, including GPS, RFID implants, biometrics, as well as now today AI. There are clear inequalities when employers use and abuse geospatial data to monitor and control movement of workers at fixed locations, while in transit, while at the workplace, or while we're working remotely at home during the pandemic. The use of these technologies results in occupational stress, dehumanization, anxieties, alienation, and turning workers into essentially robots. So, for example, Amazon has has adopted a lot of tracking technologies, both in the workplace to monitor the movement of workers inside of facilities, as well as to track their drivers, including taking photographs of drivers as they are driving, monitoring their driving behaviors. But more importantly now, we're seeing a return to what I had covered previously in my research, which is the use of technologies to track people who are working remotely, whether on the computer while at work. And this has become a much bigger issue with respect to the pandemic. In fact, The Guardian this past week had an article about the spurt of new technologies that have been developed so that employers can track people who are working at home and even taking photographs of them while working, and also monitoring their movement inside their own home. A very serious dynamic, which does fit into what you were most importantly had labeled geoslavery in your article with Peter Fisher, to show that these kind of technologies can be used to create control, and in the workplace, employers have a tremendous amount of control over their employees, and so geography and geospatial data and surveillance can enhance the power imbalance in the workplace. Now, one thing that has come up, you mentioned my article in 2006, where I raised the question in the title of whether the law will keep up with the development of new technologies, and unfortunately, it hasn't. And part of this has to do with the dynamic of concerns over property rights over human rights. And internationally, human rights are known to include worker rights. And so what you have is a situation over the past 4 decades in which there's been a general disinclination by policymakers to put checks on employers and other powers in terms of the use of technologies. And so that's part of the problem in terms of what's transpiring today, where you have now technologies that move very fast in the development, and some technologies can be used in a very ethical way. On the other hand, geographic types of technologies can also be used and abused.
What are the changes, large or small, in your field that you believe can help society move toward a more equitable future?
Well, the first is that in order to put a check on the power imbalance in the workplace and to help effectuate what used to be known as workplace democracy, would be modifications to American labor law, where American labor law grants workers the right to unionize. And one of the benefits of the right to unionize is to be able to have a voice when it comes to questions about the use of technologies in the workplace, particularly with regard to surveillance. These surveillance tools can be used to try to stop unionization. It is unlawful to do such surveillance, but nevertheless, the labor laws are very weak right now. And the more that labor law is amended to increase the rights of workers, will stem the power imbalance, which allow for employers to adopt these technologies. But secondly, there is a real strong need for there to be development of new laws to put a check on the use of geospatial data to stem the imbalance that exists. And one model for that would be what has transpired in the European Union over the past 2 decades. In 1995, there was the adoption of a privacy directive, which led to a series of opinions regarding how what's the scope of that, what are the limits to the use of data collection and data use, including geospatial data, and this privacy directive mandated certain core essential elements. One being requiring consent, one being transparency, so people know what data is being collected. Others is requiring proportionality, so limiting the scope of data collection which is tied with a geoethical approach, requiring legitimacy, making sure that the data collection is being used for legitimate purposes, and a series of other essential elements. And this privacy directive was, as I said, was promulgated in 1995. And since then, though, the European Union has adopted a new regulation, the GDPR, which that regulation allows for a new limitation or a new right for people in terms of privacy rights, and that includes the right to anonymity. And the right to anonymity allows for an individual who's being subject to data collection, geospatial data collection, or other forms of data collection, to actually contact the entity that is collecting it and request that or demand that information be erased. It's a significant step forward. It's sometimes referred to as the right to be forgotten under the General Data Protection Regulation of the EU. One state, California, has adopted a similar provision recently, but unfortunately, the United States has not moved on the level of federal regulation to deal with questions about power imbalance when it comes to data collection, including geospatial data collection. The last law that was passed, which really dealt with electronic privacy, was passed in federal law that was passed was in 1986. It is yet to be amended to include stronger protections for individuals with respect to geospatial data collection or other forms of data collection. Some states have enacted statutes that are limited in scope. So, for example, some states have banned mandatory RFID implants, which is a step forward, but there really has not been the level of regulation on the state level on the question of both data collection and data use. And so in the EU, there are strong protections against the sale of data. And that's something that has become a major source of profit in the United States, of data collection and then the sale of data. And so the lack of that kind of federal or state regulation has left us in a place where there has been very little regulatory checks on the ability, on the use of the collection and use of geospatial data, as well as other forms of data. Part of that has to do with the amount of resources that technology companies have and using for lobbying to stop any form of efforts to pass legislation or regulations. And I understand this is all, in the United States, is all in the context of really 4 decades of a deregulatory ideology, which views that regulation is inherently bad. And so you have a situation where we've allowed tech companies, employers, and others to basically, the only limitation is what sometimes is the euphemism of self-regulation is applied. And self-regulation obviously is important, but it's not really sufficient when we see the scope of what's been transpiring when it comes to location tracking.
What roles do geosurveillance, geofencing, and geoslavery play in society's ongoing struggle to promote equality?
Well, when I think of geoslavery today, I also think back to a time in which there was a federal and state support for human tracking. And that was prior to the Civil War, when we were dealing with emancipated slaves who were trying to escape slavery. And there was tracking that transpired at that point. And when we think of the scope of what's transpiring today, we must remember what we must think about, and what would have happened if the technologies that allow for geoslavery were in effect prior to the Civil War, in which there would have been a much greater degree, a stronger ability of slave owners to locate their emancipated slaves. That could be done through RFID chips, could be done through tracking through cell phones, et cetera, if those technologies were available. And in terms of today, we have to be concerned about what is transpiring with the use of these technologies. One of the things that in the paper you referenced, our recent book chapter, one of the issues is the balance between convenience and the question about misuse and problems that ultimately develop with overuse of these technologies. So for example, a recent example was I was speaking to someone who was on their way on a trip to the Adirondacks in northern New York, a mountainous area, beautiful area of New York State. And I asked them what direction they were going, because there are many ways of getting to where they were going in the Adirondacks. Some have more beautiful scenic wise, some have historic elements of it. And there are choices to be made. And the person said, well, they had no idea how they were going, even though they were about to leave, because they were going to rely on their phone and geo mapping to get them there. So they were basically shutting down their critical thinking and allowing the technology to take over, which I think is one element and to something that we should all be concerned about. And that is over-reliance on technology. Rather than allowing for geographic technologies to enhance our ability to do things, but rather than allowing it to take us over, and cutting down on our intellectual curiosity, on our independence of thought. And I think that is something that is sort of symbolic of today, where we have a large degree of anti-intellectualism taking place. And I think that we have to be very careful in the ethical approaches to the use of these technologies.
As you reflect on your career, what do you see as the most pressing challenges that geographers need to address in order to advance the cause of equality?
That's a great question. And I think one of the most important elements for geographers is to take the specialized skills and knowledge of the discipline and engage with others in other disciplines for development of greater degree of ethical approaches to the use of the technologies and to the question of geoethics. So for example, geographers can help assist employers and labor representatives of developing a more ethical approach to the use of the technologies, and to understand the scope of what the technologies mean and what the technologies can lead to, and a greater awareness. I think there's a lot of ability to do that, and one of the things that is important is to be able to develop a multidisciplinary approach to geoethics, and I think that's really important. One of the things that in my career that's been very satisfying as a labor lawyer who represents who represented workers as well as unions across New York State was my ability to interact with geographers as a part of conferences. And I've met some extraordinary people, including Jerry, yourself, but also people like Nancy Obermeyer and Katina Michael from Arizona State University, who's not a geographer, but people who are scholars in other fields, and being able to have that interaction, which has just helped to develop my thinking when it comes to the ethical issues involving geography. Most recently, I've been involved with an organizing committee with AAG, which put together a series of webinars on geoethics, and through that I've worked with a number of people from different areas, including Michael Goodchild, but also others who from different fields, such as sociologists, Rich Applebaum, and others, to develop these webinars to increase the dialogue between disciplines, to then develop protocols and trainings for others to be able to ensure that geography and geoethical issues are front and center as we move forward in this world of new technologies that are growing, continuing to grow.
Scholars sometimes commit wholeheartedly to protecting society from particular threats, then go a lifetime without ever personally witnessing that threat in the real world. Yet you served for many years as a practicing attorney charged with defending labor union members from problems you foresaw in geoslavery, geoprivacy, geosurveillance. Later, you continued to study those topics after you moved to academia. How do you reconcile personal and professional interests and concerns in regard to those threats today?
Well, that's a great question. And in some way, I feel very fortunate that, first of all, that in the context of being a labor attorney, I got to handle cases relating to geo-slavery and the imposition of geo-tracking in the workplace. When I was at the union that you mentioned, I had a general counsel who provided and permitted me to, in addition to having a large caseload that involving issues that involve groups of employees or individual employees, but to also be able to apply my curiosity and my intellectual interests to explore new frontiers when it comes to workplace technologies. And so while working for the union, I was able to research and write an article about emerging technologies in the workplace, which was the subtitle was "Who's Watching the Man Who's Watching Me?" And that article really covered a lot of the then emerging technologies. And then since then, I've been focused on related topics involving technologies, workplace technologies, including just simple things like email, but internet, but now, and also social media. And those have now converged into being sources of geo-tracking information. And so part of my path that I've been lucky enough to move towards has been tied with having someone who recognized my curiosity and was supportive of that, and then having the curiosity to really examine these issues and be able to present papers at conferences, both in the US and in other parts of the world, on these issues. And as I said, I've been very fortunate to have encountered during that time other scholars who have similar interests. And there is, many people around the world who are working in this field, and through from the start of the early, the mid 2000s forward, 2005, 2006 forward, I've been able to have connections with a number of scholars who from various disciplines that have really enhanced my work and also allow for me to grow in understanding of these profound issues.
One evening in 2006, in a taxi queue in front of a hotel in St. Louis, I personally witnessed you step between two taxi drivers who were squared off and ready to fight each other. You talked them down with remarkable confidence, poise, and authority. What in your background prepared you for that moment?
Well, I remember that moment very well, and it's not unique. I've engaged in similar peacemaking in other areas, most memorably also on a New York City subway in which two people were fighting, and I was able to break up the fight in the middle of the train moving. I think part of what motivates me, or what the basis for it is, twofold. One is I'm the son of a police officer who took his job very seriously. Not that I was acting in trying to enforce the law, but I also understand that there's a time and place for things, and there's a need for people to be engaged citizens. I think that one of the things that we have to remind ourselves in this time of climate change, insurrections, other activities that are frightening, is to realize that we have to take control over what we can do. And whatever we can do to then do that. And so that incident was my view of being able to, with my skills as a lawyer, to be able to moderate something that was transpiring, which was only going to lead to more, to violence and injuries. So by stepping forward in that situation, in other situations, I was able to calm the situation down. And I think that we all, as citizens, as scholars, as people engaged in the world, we need to be mindful of our duty to do what we can when the moment arises to work towards bringing peace and justice to this world, but not in a grand way, but in a simple way of how we act, because that's really the only thing we have control over is our own actions. And so that was I think the genesis of that moment that you remember in St. Louis. But I can assure you, my wife can attest to other situations in which I've done similar kinds of activities. Again, I think it's just a matter of about us, each of us, acting in an ethical way, in a humane way towards making the world a better place. And it's done, moment by moment, as opposed to having grand gestures or grand announcements, but rather just simply how we behave.
Bill, thank you for this conversation and for all you have done in your career.
Thank you, Jerry. I appreciate it very much. And I'm really honored by this, receiving the medal from the American Geographical Society.
Enjoy.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations, William. Thank you, Jerry. Now we're going to end our day. We'll see you all back tomorrow.